Hello there, my sleepy nights. Tonight, we embark on an epic journey to the realms of magic, mystery, and wonder. In this special 6-hour collection, I bring you a series of fantasy tales, each one inviting you to explore otherworldly kingdoms and lands beyond imagination. But for now, let's get cozy. Step into a world of endless possibilities, where dreams and stories weave together to create magic. In a forgotten corner of England, where the shadows of a dense wood crept toward the edge of a decaying village, a young boy named Oliver found himself trapped in a life devoid of any warmth. His mother, Elizabeth, a woman hardened by the cruelty of abandonment from her husband, barely acknowledged his existence. Oliver's only refuge was the cramped, musty cottage of his grandfather, William, a peculiar old man who lived on the fringes of society and sanity. Oliver's visits to his grandfather's abode were an escape from the suffocating reality of his life. The boy would sit for hours, his eyes wide, absorbing every detail of the bizarre trinkets and unsettling artifacts that cluttered the old man's shelves. William, his mind unhinged by years of isolation and obsession with the neighboring wood, would regale Oliver with twisted tales of the forest's dark heart, his voice a chilling whisper that sent shivers down the boy's spine. Elizabeth, a woman consumed by bitterness, despised the hold William had over her son. She saw the old man as some kind of threat, a lunatic who filled Oliver's head with nonsense and poisoned his mind against her. The animosity between the two was a tangible presence, hanging heavy in the air like a putrid stench. One grim morning, as a cold, unrelenting rain beat against the village's dilapidated rooftops, news of William's death spread like a plague. Oliver, his heart shattered and his soul adrift, was left to drown in a sea of despair. The loss of his grandfather, the only person who had ever shown him a glimmer of affection, was a wound that would never truly heal. As Oliver and his mother picked through the remains of William's life, the boy's hopes for a meaningful inheritance were quickly dashed. Among the dust and decay, they discovered a will that offered Oliver nothing more and a tattered patchwork jacket and an old weathered pipe. Elizabeth, her lips curled in disdain, snatched the old pipe from Oliver's grasp, her voice a venomous hiss as she declared him too young for such vices. Oliver, his spirit crushed and his dreams shattered, clung to the patchwork jacket like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. As he ran his fingers over the frayed edges and uneven stitches, he couldn't help but feel a sense of bitter disappointment. This was all his grandfather had left him. A useless garment that offered no comfort and held no answers, and some old pipe. Oliver lay in his bed, the darkness of his room pressing in on him from all sides. The patchwork jacket, now draped over the back of his chair, seemed to call out to him. Unable to bear the weight of his thoughts any longer, the boy slipped out of the bed and crept over to the chair, his fingers brushing against the rough fabric of the jacket. With a deep breath, Oliver slipped the jacket on, its warmth enveloping him like a comforting embrace. Quick as a mouse, Oliver snuck out of his room and down the stairs, the floorboards creaking softly beneath his feet. He paused at the bottom, his eyes darting around to the darkened living room, half expecting his mother to appear and catch him in the act. And there, in the cupboard of the living room, lay the old pipe. Oliver snatched it, putting it into his pocket, and quietly slipped out the front door and into the night. Soon, the woods loomed before him, a sea of shadows and secrets that seemed to beckon him forward. Oliver's heart raced as he picked his way through the underbush, the patchwork jacket snagging on thorns and branches as he went. Finally, he reached a small clearing, the moonlight filtering down through the leaves and casting a silvery glow on the forest floor. With trembling hands, Oliver pulled the pipe from his pocket, along with a small pouch of tobacco he had found tucked inside the jacket. He fumbled with the tobacco, his fingers clumsy as he tried to pack it into the bowl of the pipe. After several attempts, he managed to get it right, and with a deep breath, he struck a match and held it to the tobacco. The first drag was harsh, the smoke burning his lungs and causing him to cough violently. Oliver's eyes watered as he tried to catch his breath, the world spinning around him in a dizzying whirl. But as he recovered, he noticed something strange happening in the smoke that drifted up from the pipe. The tendrils of the smoke began to twist and writhe, taking on a life of their own as they formed into a shadowy figure. Oliver's heart hammered in his chest as he watched the figure in the smoke take shape, and then he could make out a face and eyes glowing deep blue. It looked like some kind of spirit. "Oliver," the spirit hissed, its voice a whisper that sent shivers down Oliver's spine. "I am the spirit of tobacco, and I can help you on the journey ahead if you listen carefully." Oliver's blood ran cold as he stared at the spirit, its words echoing in his mind like a sinister prophecy. He tried to back away, his legs trembling beneath him. But the spirit seemed to grow larger and more menacing with each passing second, its form towering him like a smoky monster. "This can't be tobacco he's smoking," Oliver thought to himself. In a panic, Oliver blew the smoke figure away with his arm and flung the pipe away, watching it as it sailed through the air and clattered against the trunk of a nearby tree. He turned to run, his heart pounding in his ears. But before he could take more than just a few steps, a large crow swooped down from the branches above, snatching the pipe up in its beak and dropping it at the boy's feet. Oliver stared at the crow in disbelief, his mind struggling to comprehend the strange turn of events. The bird cocked its head, its eyes glinting with an almost human-like intelligence. Then, in a move that left the boy speechless, the crow plucked a single feather from its own chest and carefully stuffed it into the bowl of the pipe. And then, with a series of insistent calls and gestures, the crow made it clear that it wanted Oliver to smoke the feather. The boy hesitated, his hands shaking as he reached for the pipe once more. The thought of smoking a crow's feather seemed absurd, but something in this bird's demeanor compelled Oliver to obey. As Oliver took a deep drag once again from the pipe, the smoke this time was cool and refreshing, carrying with it a strange ethereal quality. the world around him began to shimmer and shift, and in the smoke a shape appeared once again, and this time the boy found himself face to face with the spirit of the crow, its form taking shape within the swirling tendrils of the smoke. The crow spirit was a sight to behold. Its smoky face flickered in the moonlight. It fixed its piercing gaze on Oliver, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light as it spoke. Its voice, a haunting whisper that echoed through the clearing. Oliver, the spirit of the crow intoned, this forest is in grave danger and needs your help. You, and you alone, must be the one to protect it. Oliver's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind reeling from the spirit's revelation. "But how?" he asked, his voice trembling with uncertainty. "What must I do?" The spirit's form shifted, the smoke swirling around as it spoke once more. "Follow me deeper into the forest, Oliver. There, I will guide you and reveal the path you must take to save this ancient woodland." As the last wisps of smoke dissipated, Oliver looked down at the crow watching him from the forest floor. The crow gave a subtle nod of his head, and with a flutter of its wings, it took up into the air, circling above Oliver's head before landing on a nearby branch. The boy hesitated for a moment, his heart pounding in his chest as he tried to come to terms with the bizarre nature of the events unfolding. But as he looked into the crow's eyes, he saw a glimmer of encouragement, a silent promise that he would not face this challenge alone. With a deep breath, Oliver tucked the pipe into his pocket and pulled the patchwork jacket tighter around his shoulders. He stepped forward, his footsteps crunching softly on the forest floor as he followed the crow deeper into the woods. The forest seemed to come alive around them, the trees whispering secrets to one another as they passed. Moonbeams filtered through the canopy, casting shadows on the ground, and illuminated the path ahead. Oliver's senses were heightened, his every nerve tingling with a strange electric energy that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. And the crow was a constant presence at his side, leading him through the winding paths, its purpose clear and unwavering. After a time, they came upon a clearing that was unlike any Oliver had ever seen. At its center stood a tree, ancient and gnarled, its leaves withered and its trunk rotting from within. The sight of it filled the boy with a deep sense of sorrow, and he knew instinctively that something was terribly wrong. The crow hopped forward, plucking a single brittle leaf from the dying tree. It carried the leaf back to Oliver, placing it gently in the bowl of his grandfather's pipe. With a solemn nod, the bird gestured for the boy to light the leaf and smoke it. Oliver hesitated for a moment, his heart pounding in his chest. But as he looked into the crow's eyes, he saw a glimmer of urgency, a silent plea for him to trust in the wisdom of the forest. With trembling hands, he struck a match and held it to the leaf, watching as it smoldered and caught flame. As he inhaled, Oliver felt a strange sensation wash over him. The world began to shift and blur, and from within the swirling smoke, a figure began to take shape. It was the spirit of the tree, its form ethereal and translucent, its eyes filled with a deep, ancient sadness. "Young one," the spirit whispered, its voice like the creaking of an old wood. "I am the guardian of this forest, and I have watched over these trees for centuries untold. But now, a great blight has fallen upon us, a darkness that threatens to consume all that is green and living. Oliver's eyes widened in horror as the spirit described the extent of the blight, how it had spread from tree to tree like a plague, rotting them from the inside out. The boy's heart ached at the thought of so much life being snuffed out, and he knew that he had to do something to help. "What can I do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "How can I save the trees?" The spirit's gaze softened, and it spoke once more, its words filled with a quiet urgency. "To heal, you must gather the sap of a healthy tree, one that has not been touched by this blight. Mix the sap with the purest water, and then pour the mixture at the base of the affected trees. As you do so, you must recite an ancient incantation, one that has been passed down through generations of forest guardians. The spirit taught Oliver the words of the incantation, and the boy repeated them back, committing them to memory. The incantation was, Eleonora Asha Nirva Tolathan Kala Thirzan Nail Kor Athan. And with a final nod, the spirit faded away, leaving Oliver alone once more with the crow. The bird wasted no time, leading Oliver through the forest to a tall, healthy tree of the same species. The boy pulled out a small vial from his grandfather's jacket and carefully collected the tree's sap, watching it as it dripped slowly into the container. Next, the crow guided him to a hidden spring, its waters crystal clear and shimmered in the moonlight. Oliver filled a second vial with the precious liquid, marveling at its purity and the way it seemed to sparkle in the light. With the sap and water collected, Oliver made his way to the clearing where the dying tree stood. He knelt at its base, pouring the mixture into the soil and reciting the incantation the spirit had taught him. As the final words left his lips, a soft glow began to emanate from the tree, and its leaves slowly began to regain their color, the first signs of life returning to the withered branches. Emboldened by his success, Oliver followed the crow to one of the other affected trees in the area, repeating the process one after one. He poured the sap and water mixture at their bases, reciting the incantation with growing confidence, and watching as the blight began to recede. As the last of the afflicted trees began to recover, Oliver stepped back, his body aching with exhaustion, but his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. The forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The once withered leaves, now vibrant and green, the trunks standing tall and strong once more. But there was little time to rest, for the crow was already fluttering ahead, its cause urging the boy to follow. Oliver trudged after the bird, his feet heavy with fatigue, but his curiosity piqued by what lay ahead. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the undergrowth grew thicker, the trees pressing closer together, until the moonlight was all but blocked out. The air was heavy with the scent of moss and decay, and Oliver couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched by unseen eyes. Suddenly, the crow let out a sharp cry, its wings beating frantically as it landed beside a fallen log. Oliver hurried over, his heart pounding in his chest, and there, hidden in the shadows, lay an injured deer. The animal was beautiful, its coat a rich, dappled brown, but its eyes were glazed with pain, and a deep cut marred its hind leg, blood oozing from the wound. Oliver's heart ached at the sight, and he knew that he couldn't leave the poor creature to suffer. The crow hopped forward, plucking a single hair from the deer's coat and placing it in the bowl of Oliver's pipe. The boy hesitated, but the bird's gaze was insistent once again, and he knew he must trust in the wisdom of the forest. With trembling hands, Oliver lit the hair and smoked the pipe, his mind reeling as the world around him began to shift and blur. From within the swirling tendrils, the spirit of the deer emerged, its form translucent and shimmering in the dim light. "Please," the spirit begged, its voice a soft, mournful whisper, "end my suffering. The pain is too much to bear." Oliver's heart clenched at the spirit's words, and he felt tears prickling in the corners of his eyes. He knew that he couldn't let this deer suffer, but the thought of taking its life filled him with a deep sense of dread. But he had agreed to help the forest. He knelt down next to the deer, wondering how best to do this horrible deed. But as he hesitated, torn between his desire to help and his fear of what he must do, something from within the folds of his grandfather's jacket fell out. A needle and a thread, glinting in the moonlight. Oliver picked them up, his hands shaking, as he threaded the needle and knelt beside the injured deer. And with a deep breath, he began to stitch the wound, his fingers clumsy at first, but growing more confident with each pass of the needle. The deer lay still, its breathing shallow but steady, and as Oliver worked, he could feel the animal's spirit watching him, its gaze filled with a mix of gratitude and wonder. When at last the wound was closed, the boy sat back on his heels, his heart pounding with a mix of relief and exhaustion. To his amazement, the deer struggled to its feet, testing its weight on the injured leg. It took a few tentative steps, then turned to face Oliver, its eyes bright with new-found strength. The boy reached out a hand, and the deer nuzzled it gently, its soft muzzle warm against his skin. For a moment, the two just stood there, boy and deer, their hearts beating as one in the quiet of the forest. Then, with a final, grateful look, the deer turned and bounded off into the undergrowth, its tail flickering behind as it disappeared from view. Oliver watched it go, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. But the crow's insistent calls soon drew his attention back to the task at hand. The bird fluttered ahead, its black feathers a stark contrast against the dark green of the forest. And Oliver knew he had no choice but to follow. As he trudged deeper and deeper into the woods, the boy couldn't help but wonder what other challenges may lie ahead. But with the spirits of the forest at his side, and the magic of his grandfather's pipe to guide him, he felt ready to face whatever trials came his way. As the boy and the crow ventured further into the heart of the forest, the trees began to thin. The air grew heavy with the scent of water, and soon the sound of gentle waves lapping against the shore reached Oliver's ears. Intrigued, he quickened his pace, following the crow as it fluttered ahead. When, at last, they reached the water's edge, Oliver's breath caught in his throat, his eyes widening at the sight before him. There, nestled in the center of a small, crystal-clear lake, was an island, its rocky shores crowned with a dense thicket of trees. And there, half hidden among the foliage, stood a small hut, its thatched roof and weathered walls speaking of age and of mystery. The crow let out a soft call, drawing Oliver's attention back to the shore. The bird hopped forward, its beak dipping into the water and emerging with a tangle of waterweed. It carried the plant back to the boy, placing it carefully into the bowl of his pipe. Once again, the bird's insistent stare brooked no argument. With a deep breath, Oliver lit the waterweed and smoked the pipe, his mind reeling as the world around him began to shift and blur. From within the smoke, the spirit of the waterweed emerged, beckoned to Oliver, its voice a soft, gurgling whisper that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the lake. "Come, young one," the spirit called, its words echoing across the water. "Cross the lake and seek the wisdom that awaits you on the island." Oliver's heart raced at the spirit's invitation, and he cast a glance at the crow, seeking guidance. The bird merely cocked its head, its dark eyes glinting with a hint of amusement, as if to say, "What are you waiting for?" Steeling himself, Oliver stepped forward, his toes curling into the soft sand at the water's edge. He had barely taken a step when a strange ripple appeared on the surface of the lake, and to his amazement, a group of fish began to gather, their scales glinting in the moon. As he watched, the fish began to swim in a circular pattern, their bodies pressing together until they formed a large, solid figure, like a living raft. The waterweed spirit's voice echoed once more across the lake, urging Oliver to climb aboard the fish. With a deep breath, the boy stepped onto the fish, his feet sinking slightly into their soft, slippery scales. To his amazement, the creatures held firm, their bodies supporting his weight, as if he were no heavier than a feather. Slowly, the fish began to move, propelling Oliver across the lake towards the island. The boy's heart raced with a mixture of fear and exhilaration as he watched the shore recede behind him. The crow flying overhead like a silent guardian. As they neared the island, the fish began to slow, their bodies gently bumping against the rocky shore. Oliver clambered off, his legs shaking slightly as he found his footing on solid ground once more. He turned to thank the fish, but they had already dispersed, their scales flashing in the moonlight as they swam away. The crow landed beside him, its talons curling into the soft earth as it cocked its head towards the hut. Oliver swallowed hard, his heart pounding in his chest as he approached the weathered structure. The waterweed spirit's voice echoing in his mind. With a deep breath, Oliver pushed open the door of the hut. the hinges creaking softly as he stepped inside, ready to uncover the secrets that lay within. As Oliver stepped into the hut, the musty scent of age and neglect filled his nostrils. Dust motes danced in the slanting rays of moonlight that filtered through the gaps in the thatched roof, and the air was heavy with a sense of anticipation. But as his eyes adjusted in the dimness, the boy's heart skipped a beat, his gaze falling upon a collection of objects that were all too familiar. There, scattered across the rough-hewn table, were his grandfather's belongings. The very same items that Oliver had coveted back at the cottage. With trembling hands, he reached out to touch them, his fingers brushing against the worn leather of his grandfather's favorite book, the smooth wood of his whittling knife, the soft fabric of his old fishing hat. Each item held a memory, a piece of the old man that Oliver had loved so dearly. As he explored the hut, the crow fluttered to a small cupboard in the corner, its beak tapping insistently against the weathered wood. Intrigued, Oliver made his way over, his hands hesitating for a moment before he pulled open the door. Inside, he found a collection of small glass jars, each one filled to the brim with what appeared to be grey hair clippings. Oliver's brow furrowed in confusion. But before he could question their purpose, the crow had plucked a few strands from one of the jars and placed them in the bowl of the boy's pipe. With a deep breath, Oliver lit the hair and smoked from the pipe. The world around him began to shift and blur, and from within the smoke, a figure began to take shape. The spirit of his grandfather. The old man's form in the smoke was bright and sharp as he ever was. He smiled at Oliver, his gaze filled with a mix of pride and sorrow. "My boy," the spirit whispered, his voice echoing in the stillness of the hut. "I knew that one day you would find your way here. Oliver's heart clenched at the sound of his grandfather's voice, and he felt tears prickling at the corners of his eyes. "Grandfather," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "I don't understand. What is this place?" The old man's spirit sighed, his form flickering in the dim light. "Our family, Oliver. Our family has been the protectors of this forest for generations," he explained, his words heavy with the weight of centuries. "It was my duty, as it was my father's before me, to watch over the creatures and the trees, to keep the balance of nature in check." Oliver's eyes widened at his grandfather's revelation, his mind struggling to comprehend the enormity of the task that had been passed down through generations. The old man's spirit smiled sadly, his gaze drifting to the window where the crow sat perched on the sill. "After your father left when you were born, I knew that you would have to be next in line," he said softly. "It was always meant to be you though, Oliver. The jacket, the pipe, they were my way of passing on the legacy to you." The boy's heart raced at his grandfather's words, a mix of fear and excitement coursing through his veins. He knew that the responsibility of protecting the forest was a heavy one, but with his grandfather's guidance, he felt ready to take on the challenge. "These hair clippings," the old man continued, gesturing to the jars that lined the shelves. "I've been making these hair cuttings for the last 10 years. You see, they are a way for us to communicate, even when I'm no longer in this world. Whenever you need guidance or wisdom, simply smoke a strand of my hair, and I will appear to you, just as I am now." Oliver nodded, his heart swelling with gratitude at his grandfather's gift. The old man's spirit smiled once more, his form beginning to fade back into nothingness. "Remember, Oliver," he whispered, his voice growing fainter with each passing second. "The forest is in your hands now. Protect it, nurture it, and it will always be there for you, just as I will." With those final words, the spirit disappeared, leaving Oliver alone in the hut once more. The boy stood there for a long moment, his heart filled with a sense of purpose and determination. He knew that he had a long journey ahead of him. But he was ready. With a final glance around the hut, Oliver stepped back out into the moonlight, the crow fluttering to his shoulder as he made his way back to the shore. He had a forest to protect, and he knew that he would stop at nothing to keep it safe. The cursed tavern sat nestled deep in a dark, misty forest, far from any well-travelled road. With its faded sign and crumbling stone facade, it was easy to miss, as so many exiled creatures did. But for those barred from every other magical tavern and inn, its sturdy oaken door stood open as a last refuge. The proprietor, Finnegan McMurdoch, was a leprechaun, exiled long ago from the fairy circles for his distaste of gold. He too was cursed, doomed to never leave the premises of the cursed tavern. "Ach, silver's the true prize," he'd grumble into his ale each night. "Gold's for show-offs." Of course, his solitary disposition earned him no favours among the fairy folk either. The rest of his staff was similarly cursed, forced to eternally work at the tavern as punishment for past magical misdeeds. There was Twiggy, an impish fairy whose tricks were the bane of Finnegan's existence, and Siobhan, the mute witch cook, banished for sharing forbidden elixirs and spells. Then there was Harry, the headless half-giant doorman, cursed to spend his days holding his talking head. "I'll keep watch for trouble," he'd wheeze. "Mark me words, Mr. McMurdoch, it's coming." And maybe Harry was right, because tonight Finnegan rushed through the cursed tavern in a panic. The vampire support group, Vampires Anonymous, or the VA, were booked in for a meeting tonight in the function room. And in typical flustered fashion, Finnegan had forgot all about it. The ancient inn was bustling with its usual menagerie of odd patrons, hags cackling over brews, dwarfs arm wrestling for gold, a gaggle of crooning pixies fluttering about. But Finn paid them no mind, focused only on preparing the meeting room before the vampires arrived. Suddenly, a loud rap on the door startled him. Finn opened it to find several pale-faced vampires led by a smartly dressed chap named Valentine. "Good evening," Valentine greeted with a toothy grin. "We're here for the VA meeting. Oh, and you did get the letter about the vegan blood substitute for the event." "Oh, yes, yes, the vegan blood substitute," Finn stammered in confusion. "Yes, we sent the letter ahead. You see, we've all sworn off real blood," Valentine explained matter-of-factly. "So the vegan alternative would be most appreciated." Finn hesitated, then nodded. "Of course, yes, I have it ready for you. I'll see to it straight away." Finn closed the door and turned to the fairy housekeeper, Twiggy, who was busying herself nearby. "Twiggy, the vampires need a vegan blood drink, and quick. Tell me you can whip something up." Twiggy raised an eyebrow, equally puzzled, but she could see the desperation in Finn's eyes. "I'm supposed to be the housekeeper." "Ah, Finn, I'll see what I can do," she replied dubiously before heading to the kitchen. Finn took a deep breath, hoping Twiggy could somehow satisfy the odd request as the VA meeting was set to begin. Outside, Harry the headless half-giant doorman hovered aimlessly around the gardens of the cursed tavern, scanning for potential threats with his detached head. The misty grounds were quiet as dusk settled in. Harry, carrying his disembodied head, which had a lantern affixed to it to light the way, heard a faint rustling sound from the bushes. He turned to find a small gnome attempting to hide. The gnome wore a Scottish kilt and a tam o'shanter hat. "Ugh, don't crush me, Mr. Half-Giant," he cried in a Scottish burr, cowering in fear. "I'm but a wee harmless soul, and lost and frightened, so I am." Taken aback, Harry leaned down, the lantern on his detached head illuminating the shivering creature. Why, he seemed harmless, the poor little thing. "There now, don't be scared," Harry rumbled gently. "I'll not harm you, you little gnome." The gnome peered up with wide, pleading eyes.
Oh, bless you, kind sir. You know, at night I'd make a fine pet for your head. I could cuddle you in. I'm wonderful for snuggling and keeping company in the wee hours.
Harry considered this, finding the gnome rather cute. He could use a friend to keep his detached head company on long, lonely nights. Very well, little fellow. You may stay a while, Harry declared. Delighted, the gnome grinned. Harry decided to sneak his newfound pet inside the cursed tavern. Meanwhile, Twiggy hurried down the hall towards the kitchen, her mind spinning. How could she possibly craft a vegan blood substitute for vampires? She entered the chaotic kitchen, where Siobhan, the mute witch cook, stood silently tending a bubbling pot, immune to the surrounding commotion.
Siobhan, I must make this vegan blood drink quickly, Twiggy exclaimed in a panic, but I haven't the faintest idea how.
Siobhan simply smirked and shook her head as she chopped vegetables, leaving Twiggy to her task. First, Twiggy tried mashing beets to stimulate the thickness of blood, but the resulting concoction was an appalling, murky brown. Siobhan laughed silently as Twiggy grimaced at the mess. Next, Twiggy attempted a blend of rusty-looking spices and dark berry juices, but the mixture immediately separated into unnatural chunks and pools. Siobhan chuckled again at Twiggy's growing frustration. Suddenly, Finn entered the kitchen, checking on Twiggy's process.
Nearly done then, lass?
He asked, hopefully. Twiggy frowned.
Not quite. This is servant's work, not mine. Can't you ask Siobhan to do it? She's the cook.
Finn shook his head.
Siobhan's busy feeding the guests in the bar. Please, come on, just keep trying your best. The meeting starts any minute now. Come on, hurry up, please.
Finn rushed off. As Twiggy puzzled over a boiling vat of crimson cabbage, she heard a small voice pipe up.
Psst. Hey, over here. I can help with that concoction, dearie.
She turned to see the little Scottish gnome peeking out from a cupboard.
Who are you?
Twiggy asked suspiciously.
Oh, just a wee friend with solutions, the gnome replied. But my name's Declan, if you must know. Let me show you a trick that's sure to do the trick.
Twiggy hesitated, but stepped aside. Perhaps this peculiar little creature could aid in the troublesome task after all. Finn crept to the back room, peeking in at the circle of pale vampires. Valentine stood and addressed the group.
Good evening, friends.
I'm Valentine, and I'm a vampire. Hello, Valentine. The rest of the group responded in unison. It's been 14 days since my last taste of human blood. Valentine continued. Well done, praised one vampire. The struggle is real, brother, said another. Just last week, I feasted on a juicy village girl. There were sounds of disapproval. Now, Cedric, abstinence, abstinence, Valentine reminded. Cedric nodded shamefully. Of course. I must resist temptation. Tonight, let us enjoy the provided vegan alternative and renew our commitment to sobriety. The brew should be here any moment, Valentine proclaimed. Finn, watching on, was sweating now, his heart beating madly. He could make a good bit of silver every week off these VA meetings if they went well tonight. Just at that moment, Twiggy arrived, holding a large vat of vegan blood. Finn rushed her into the room. Hurry up, for God's sake, get that in there. Twiggy entered the room, ladling the vegan blood into goblets and distributing them to the vampires, who sniffed suspiciously at the concoction. Finn watched on. After a few tentative first sips, however, the vampire faces lit up with delight. My, this is just marvelous, Valentine declared. Rich, robust, yet animal-free. Well done, well done. Murmurs of agreement echoed from the group as they eagerly drank more. Finn heaved a private sigh of relief, thanking his luck and Twiggy's resourcefulness. Perhaps this meeting would go smoothly after all. Next, Finn was weaving through the crowded tavern bar, waving off drunken requests from patrons, when he spotted a peculiar sight at the bar. A little gnome sat perched on a stool, discreetly sipping an ale. As Finn approached the minuscule fellow, he realized with a start that he recognized that wrinkled face and wispy white beard. It was none other than Declan, a scheming old gnome who had been the bane of Finn's existence back in his leprechaun days. Leprechauns and gnomes had always been bitter rivals, but Finn and Declan had a particularly thorny history. Declan took specific joy in tormenting Finn with cruel pranks and tricks, causing no end of trouble in the fairy circles. His cheeky grin alone was enough to make Finn's blood boil. Declan, you poisonous toadstool. What in blazes are you doing here? Finn bellowed, grabbing the gnome by the neck. Declan feigned innocence at first, his milky eyes going wide in exaggerated shock. but that familiar smug grin quickly crept across his face.
Well, if it isn't Finnegan McMurdoch, my old leprechaun pal,
he exclaimed with mock delight.
I heard you got yourself exiled from the fairy circles. Guess you're stuck running this dingy place now, eh?
Finn bristled, his hands balling into fists. You've got some nerve showing your Weasley face here, after the stunts you pulled back in the circles. I won't have your nasty gnome tricks in my tavern, d'ye hear me? Declan simply cackled, clearly enjoying getting under Finn's skin.
Ach, still a temperamental beanpole, I see. Always wear a sensitive one.
He prodded Finn in the belly, mockingly.
Does it still burn you up, seeing how we gnomes live all cosy, while you lumbering leprechauns storm about like big ogres?
Finn saw red, shaking with rage.
Listen here, you poisonous mushroom. I know what you're about. Nothing but trouble follows gnomes, especially rotten ones like you, Declan.
Declan frowned at the insulting nickname, but his smug grin quickly returned.
Now, laddie, no need for name calling. I'm just here to help you in this fine establishment.
He flashed an exaggerated smile. Finn opened his mouth to retaliate, when a vampire's voice suddenly cut through the din, urgently calling his name. With a final smouldering glare at Declan, Finn turned away and pushed his way through the crowd to assist with the vampires. But this was far from over. Finn peered inside the vampires' meeting room. The vampires were growing increasingly frantic, desperately gulping down Twiggy's vegan blood substitute and clamoring for more. "Bring us another vat," one shouted. Valentine, appearing equally on edge, rose and approached Finn at the door. "Pardon me, Mr. Murdoch, but I'm afraid we require an additional batch post-haste," he requested, with a shake in his voice. Finn hesitated, unnerved by their ravenous states, but customer service prevailed. "Right away, Mr. Valentine," he replied, rushing off to tell Twiggy. The vampire's agitation mounted as they awaited the next round. Valentine attempted to regain order, but it was clear the brew had awakened something wild in his flock. Finn hurried anxiously down the creaking hallway toward the kitchen, the raucous screams of the vampires ringing in his ears. He needed to ask Twiggy to ready another batch of her vegan blood substitute immediately. As he reached the kitchen doorway, the thick, metallic scent of blood hit him instantly. He stopped short at the nightmarish sight before him. There were at least 15 pallid, drained corpses piled in the corner, flies already gathering on their sunken faces. Twiggy hummed cheerily as she drew blood from a gangly man with a roughly edged vegan tattoo into a steaming cauldron, his empty eyes staring lifelessly ahead.
Twiggy, what in blazes are you doing? What is this ghastly scene?
Finn cried, clutching his chest in horror.
Oh, it's the only thing satisfying those vampires now,
Twiggy casually replied, not looking up from her gruesome task.
That helpful gnome Declan has been bringing me wanderers and vagabonds to drain. All vegans, so no animals harmed.
Finn felt bile rise in his throat as he took in the atrocities surrounding him.
Declan, I should have known. This is madness. We can't serve blood harvested from murdered vegans,
he sputtered in protest. Twiggy shrugged.
Oh, it's just a few drifters no one's gonna miss. Besides, listen to that chaos out there.
The vampire's frenzied shrieks echoed from the meeting room, hungry, enraged. Finn hesitated, sweating profusely, as he realized he couldn't cut off their supply now without risking disaster. After an anguished pause, he gave Twiggy a small, defeated nod.
Just keep it coming for now,
he managed weakly. Twiggy grinned and whistled as she got back to work. Finn stumbled from the room, his stomach churning with shame and horror. That wicked gnome had orchestrated this perfectly, he thought bitterly. Trapped by his own desperation to satisfy the vampires, he now found himself complicit in Twiggy's vile deed. Finn hurried back toward the tavern bar, eager to put some distance between himself and Twiggy's ghastly operation. But halfway down the corridor, blood-curdling screams suddenly pierced the air.
Oh no, what now?
Finn cried in dismay, rushing ahead. He burst into the bar and skidded to a halt, confronted by complete chaos. Several vampires from the meeting had broken loose and were savaging patrons. One dwarf was having his beard ripped off as a vampire sank her fangs into his neck. Other creatures tried fleeing for the exit or grabbing makeshift weapons in defense as the vampires gave in to raging bloodlust. A hag was dragged screaming across the bar by her gnarled feet. The air was filled with pleas for mercy and savage hissing. "Control yourselves, brothers," Valentine shouted from the back doorway, but the vampires were too far gone, consumed by primal hunger. Near the rafters, Declan the gnome fluttered about, cackling gleefully at the carnage below.
Oh, nicely done, laddie. You've outdone yourself this time,
he called mockingly to Finn, frozen in shock. Finn surveyed the nightmarish scene. The vampires had become mindless killers, and his innocent patrons were paying with their lives. All around him, shrieks of terror and Declan's taunting laughter. Finn's legs went weak at the horrors he had unwittingly unleashed. Amidst the blood-curdling chaos in the cursed tavern bar, Finn rushed back to the kitchen, hoping to find help. There, he found Siobhan calmly chopping vegetables, paying no mind to the pile of drained vegan bodies behind her. "Siobhan, you must come quickly," Finn urged. "Some of the vampires have gone berserk, attacking the patrons. We need your magic to stop them, please, Siobhan." With a silent nod, Siobhan followed Finn out, wielding only a garlic wreath. As they entered the bar, vampires were savaging necks, while Declan cackled manically above. Siobhan stepped forward and raised the garlic wreath high. She closed her eyes in concentration as it began glowing brightly. The vampires hissed in pain and shielded their eyes. "Wretched hag, stop this magic," Valentine commanded, but retreated from the wavering garlic wreath. The chaotic energy began settling as the vampires backed away from Siobhan's spell. Nearby, Headless Harry had pulled some patrons to safety. "Stay behind me, I'll fend them off," he told a cowering group. As Finn watched Siobhan regain control, he breathed a sigh of relief. Her magic had succeeded where his tavern management had utterly failed. As Siobhan subdued the vampires, Finn turned his fury toward the real culprit. Declan, cackling wildly above the chaos he had created. "You wretched fungus," Finn bellowed, swiping at the fluttering gnome with a broom. "This is your twisted handiwork." Declan dodged nimbly, wagging his finger.
No, I just gave them a little push. Not my doing if things got messy."
Lunging forward, Finn swiped at the gnome again. "You'll plague my tavern no more, you poisonous toadstool." Nearby, Harry frowned sadly. "But he's such a sweet little fellow. I want to keep him as a pet, Mr. Murdoch. Maybe he meant well." Finn gaped at Harry, exasperated. "He wanted to make you his pet, you big oaf. He lives only for mayhem." As Declan glided by, humming merrily, Finn hit him with a blast of magic, sending the gnome tumbling out the door into the dirt.
"My tricks are better than yours, laddie,"
Declan screeched as he flailed. "If I see your wretched face here again, you'll get far worse than that," Finn shouted. He turned back to the wreckage Declan caused as Harry pouted over the loss of his would-be pet. With Declan gone, Finn rushed to help Siobhan contain the remaining frenzied vampires. She waved her glowing garlic wreath, driving them back into the function room. One vampire snarled and lunged at Siobhan, but was repelled by the garlic's aura. Siobhan continued strategically waving it, forcing the vampires towards the meeting room as Finn herded them with a chair. Finally, the glowing garlic wreath's power seemed to penetrate the creatures. They froze in place, shaking their heads in confusion. "My goodness, what came over us?" one said, appearing distraught over his blood-smeared hands. "We must have temporarily lost our senses," said another. "Please accept our deepest apologies. Is there another vat of the vegan blood coming soon?" Finn sighed with relief as the garlic snapped them out of their ravenous trance. With bowed heads, the vampires shuffled back to their meeting, mortified by their behavior. Finn shut the door behind them, and Siobhan locked it with a magical flick of her hand. "Well, I guess I better get Twiggy to send in another vat of vegan blood." As dawn broke, the Vampires Anonymous members gathered their belongings, unable to meet anyone's gaze. "Please take this gold as our deepest apology," Valentine offered Finn sincerely, but Finn waved it away. "We accept no gold here, only silver in this tavern." The vampires nodded and returned with glistening silver coins instead, which Finn accepted with gratitude. "Might we perhaps use your tavern for our next meeting?" Valentine asked hopefully. "We promise to keep our wits about us next time." Finn's eyes lit up. "Aye, as long as you keep the silver coming, you're always welcome here," he assured them. As the vampires departed into morning's light, Finn felt a wave of relief. Finn slumped behind the bar, exhausted by the night's antics. Twiggy and Siobhan emerged quietly to start sweeping up debris. Harry soon joined them, as the cursed inn slowly restored itself to its familiar organized clutter. Watching his staff work, Finn thought back on the series of bizarre events that led to last night's disaster. Managing such an unusual tavern certainly posed challenges. But if this motley crew could survive such madness, then perhaps there was hope for the cursed tavern yet. The sodium lights of the citadel flickered to life as dusk fell, bathing the orderly streets in sickly orange. Leo watched the city awaken under the magistrate's ever-present gaze. Surveillance orbs hovering, monitors blinking awake, the nocturnal hum of industry churning unseen beneath the veneer of order. Another night on duty for the High Enforcer. Another night of chaos to quell in the nameless margins of the outer city. Leo rolled up his sleeve, exposing the intricate tattoos etched along his forearm. The mark of a licensed magic user and those trained to hunt the unlicensed. With a flick of his hand, he activated the spell work inked into his skin. The markings glowed azure and molten gold as enchantments flooded his body. Strength, speed, fortitude. The rush of magic was intoxicating, but it was never enough. From an inner pocket, Leo produced a vial of shimmering cobalt liquid. Arcanum, the dangerous substance that turned magic from a flicker into an inferno. A single drop on his tongue was like pure fire in his veins. Power beyond anything the stale spells of the magistrate could offer. Dangerous, illegal, but for these missions into the chaotic brink, utterly necessary. The vehicle console received the dispatch coordinates from Central Command. Location triangulated. Magical energy signature assessed. Category 4. Unauthorized magic detected in Sector 18 of the outer city. Let's move, Leo commanded his squad. His voice was steady, despite the arcanum blazing within. They plunged into the grim labyrinth of the outer city, leaving the monitor-lined avenues of the citadel behind. Tonight's dispatch had come with unusual urgency. A tip that Maya, the infamous leader of the rebel shadow dancers, would be at the location of the unauthorized magic use. The outer city was a maze of crumbling buildings and flickering lights, shrouded under the perpetual smog that failed to reach the heights of the citadel. Their target was a back-alley nightclub, pulsing with unauthorized magic. Leo could feel it as they approached, the hair-raising frequency of active spell work. The squad encircled the grubby entrance, energy cuffs at the ready. Leo counted down with his fingers. 3, 2, 1. They stormed through the door in perfect unity. The scene inside was chaos. The central floor was a mass of bodies, the heavy bass now overlaid with screams. Half-finished spells sizzled through the smoky air. The squad descended to apprehend, indiscriminate as they always were. Guilty and innocent alike went to the citadel, where the magistrate's censors would sort them out. As a uniformed squad member dragged out a crying girl no older than 20, Leo felt an unwelcome pang of regret. She was most likely just an attendant, not the one wielding magic. But the sentence would be the same. His jaw tightened as he tried to shut out the building unease. It was moments like these that brought back rage-inducing memories. His father, a researcher killed in one of the magistrate's experimental spell trials. Leo's revenge fantasies evaporated as a blast of energy knocked his squad off their feet. Behind the smoke, a lone figure stood tall, young, defiant, and absolutely bristling with unauthorized magic. Maya, the powerful rebel leader. At her side stood a tall man, Nikolai, Maya's infamous second in command. "You won't take us tonight," Maya said. And then she attacked. Her power was beyond anything Leo had seen from an unlicensed user. He managed to deflect the first volley of her spells, but only just. "Stand down," he yelled, rapidly tracing runes to shield his prone squad members. "In the name of the magistrate." She struck again, and this time her blast left Leo breathless. He was forced back against the wall, his vision swimming. Through blurred eyes, he saw her lift her hand for another strike. This one, surely fatal. In the split second before it landed, Leo instinctively traced a counter spell. But his gestures were intentionally too slow. The shapes imperfect. Enough to look like an attempt, but not enough to block her attack. At the last moment, Nikolai tackled Maya aside, disrupting her deadly strike. As Leo watched them stumble to their feet, his failure could seem like luck amidst the chaos. But the subtle timing of his counter-strike, too slow to connect, could suggest otherwise. Nikolai pulled Maya towards the back exit. She locked eyes with Leo across the smoky room. A silent acknowledgement passed between them before the rebels disappeared into the night. Gone as quickly as they had emerged. Escaped narrowly. The magistrate squad led by Leo would assume it was just the fog of war. But only Leo alone would know the truth. Leo leaned against the alley wall outside, equal parts wired and drained. The vial of arcanum still glinted in his pocket, promising sweet relief from the clawing come down. Just a drop. But no, not now. He had a role to maintain. Footsteps echoed down the passage behind him. Leo straightened quickly, then relaxed when he recognized his second in command, Jonas. No sign of the two leaders out back, sir, Jonas reported. They must have used a cloak enchantment. Do you want us to pursue? Leo considered it, weighing the risk of exposing his deceit against the expectations of his position, before shaking his head. No. I suspect there will be more than enough on the body cam footage here to keep Central Command satisfied. Yes, sir. Jonas nodded. Should I call in support for prisoner transport? Leo looked up. You caught some rebels? Yes, we did, smirked Jonas. Leo paused, unsure what to say. See to it then, Leo confirmed. Jonas departed to fulfill Leo's orders, without a hint of his commander's uncertainty. Exhaustion crept over Leo as the night wore on, but sleep remained out of reach when he finally returned home. His mind was too wired. Pulses of latent magic and arcanum still juddering through his nerves. As Leo slipped into the sleek, modern halls of his Citadel apartment, he could hear the soft hum of his wife Elena's workroom at the end of the hall. The door panels glowed with the low light of active spellcraft. At this late hour, she was immersed in her work, developing a lethal spell to target unauthorized magic users for the magistrate. Magistrate research funds and equipment fueled Elena's ambitious work. She had quickly risen to lead one of their top research teams. Committed and brilliant, she firmly believed such a devastating spell was necessary to maintain control. Leo poured himself a drink, standing at the window overlooking the citadel's orderly nighttime glow. Below the shining facade, he knew the chaos and injustice churning in the darkness. Part of him was certain Elena did as well. But her fervent dedication to progress at any cost seemed to eclipse those doubts. Their life together was a delicate balance, Leo concealing his conflicts behind the face of a loyal high enforcer, while hints of Elena's sharpening zealotry crept forward. He grappled constantly with the love for his wife, warring against the memory of his father, killed in the name of the magistrate's endless ambition. Leo sighed and drained his glass. His father was gone, but Elena was still here. Still bright and beautiful despite her relentless drive. He would protect her, he resolved, even from himself and the forces that sought to use her brilliance for their own unchecked ends. Leo paused outside the door to Elena's workshop, steeling himself before entering. She looked up at him from a complex projection of spells on a screen in front of her with an absent smile. "Late night?" she asked mildly, adjusting a few spells with a deft hand movement. As always, Leo leaned against the edge of her work table. This close to her intensity, he felt electricity prickling across his skin. "How's the progress?" Elena's smile took on a fierce pride as she rotated the projection screen towards him. The intricate coding work of the lethal spell glowed red at the seams. Dangerously unstable magic. "It's close, Leo. Closer than ever before. If I can stabilize the containment matrix here," she highlighted a complex sequence, "then accommodate the genetic variation factors, I'll be ready for live trials." Leo tensed. "You mean human trials?" "Yes." Elena met his eyes, her expression daring him to object. "I refined the arcane energy sensors last week. We can target unlicensed magic use out to 500 miles with no collateral damage. As soon as they cast a spell in the outer city, they'll perish for good." When Leo stayed silent, her fierce intensity faltered. "I know what you're thinking, but I'm not going to make the same mistakes he did." Her hand found his, softening. "Your father's work wasn't in vain, Leo. We finally have a chance to finish what he started. and make sure no agent of the magistrate dies like that again. Please trust me." Looking at her then, Leo could see the fervent light of conviction shining through her ambition. This was her life's work, after all. Her hope of justifying his father's tragic end. He squeezed her hand in answer. Whatever doubts gnawed inside him, he could never stand in her way. He left Elena to her work. A few hours later, in the dimly lit back room of the seedy outer city tavern, Leo waited with growing unease. His hands kept finding the vials of arcanum in his pockets, yearning for a taste to take the edge off. But not here. Not now. Finally, cloaked figures entered from the rear alley door. Maya and Nikolai, faces obscured, but energy unmistakable. Leo let out a slow breath. "You're late," he said mildly. Maya pushed back her hood, eyes flashing. "We had to dodge magistrate drones across 4 sectors to get here unseen. The raids have tripled this week. One might think they got tipped off." Her glare was accusatory, but Leo didn't flinch. His intel had directed many raids lately, gaining the magistrate's trust while keeping Maya's operations free from surprise inspections. A delicate balance only he could manage. Yet here you are, unfollowed and intact. Can't be too displeased with my sources then. He slid a satchel across the table to her. Inside glinted at least 24 vials of arcanum, glowing temptingly electric blue. Maya's eyebrows shot up despite herself. "That's triple the last shipment. Where in the void did you get so much?" Leo allowed himself a sharp grin. "Let's say the magistrate code on a few storage facilities may have been inadvertently compromised." Nikolai crossed his massive arms, unamused. "You play a dangerous game, enforcer." "My game has kept you well equipped, Nikolai." Leo's voice hardened. "Without arcanum to boost your rebel magics, your little uprising would have been snuffed out long ago." A tense silence hung in the air. They all knew it was true. Whatever their alliances, they still needed each other. Maya was first to break the standoff. "The raids may be increasing, but so are our numbers," she said. "Thanks to access to arcanum, we've been able to build our rebel forces and stage more brazen rescues of prisoners bound for the Citadel." A map spilled out across the table. displaying the outer city and its sectors. Maya pointed out areas she'd highlighted. Stockpiles of supplies, safe houses, even covert training areas, now armed with enchanted weapons and defenses. We're organizing, ready to mobilize at scale. All we need is information on where the magistrate is most vulnerable. Her eyes met Leo's, a challenge and an invitation. He stared down at the map, possibilities turning. His hands twitched for another vial, but he held steady. There was too much potential now to see clearly. Violent uprising will only end in the rebellion being crushed, he said. But targeted sabotage to weaken the magistrate control, that may be an open opportunity. Leo traced a line towards the Citadel laboratories where new spells were developed, including Elena's weapons research. Surely there were means of stealthy access. He tapped the lab location. If this control facility was disrupted, it could cripple development of the new lethal spells aimed at your people, and perhaps buy time to organize the outer city. Maya considered, then nodded. We need schematics, passcodes, a way in. Her sharp eyes held a question. The beginnings of a plan stirred in Leo's tired mind. Layers upon layers of deception ahead. But the first steps were clear. I know what to access, he said quietly. Let me worry about the way in. I'll send you the codes. The blueprint glowed up at them, waiting and ripe with possibility. The game was growing deeper, but Leo's own path had never felt more clear. Days later, the call came in to Leo's squad. A raid to stop rebel intrusion. Leo's stomach sank as his squad mobilized. Inside the Citadel laboratory complex, no disguises or enchantments would hide Maya's people for very long. Chaos greeted them inside the lab. Young rebels exchanged deadly spells with guards. And against the back wall, trying to break into a locked cabinet, was Nikolai himself. Leo saw his chance. Nikolai was exposed. Only Jonas, Leo's second in command, had a clear shot. Leo traced a subtle disruption ruin spell, hoping to buy time. But Jonas's fire came too quick. Nikolai stumbled as the blast clipped his shoulder. "I've got him," Jonas called out. Before Leo could intervene, Jonas clamped magic suppressing cuffs on Nikolai, while Leo's disrupting spell fizzled uselessly. Leo rushed over, only to come face to face with his second in command, beaming with pride at the captive rebel leader in his clutches. Leo desperately willed Nikolai to fight, to slip free, but the cuffs held fast. Leo had failed him. There was no way out now for Nikolai. Guards flooded the lab to secure the remaining rebels, while Jonas led Nikolai away. "I'll escort this one to the commander myself," Jonas told Leo. "Might earn me a promotion." He laughed and shoved Nikolai along roughly. Leo watched them go, agony tearing at his facade. Inside he howled. Outside he remained steady as stone. The magistrate's faithful servant hiding his broken shards within. He had not acted quickly or creatively enough, and now a good man was surely doomed. Jonas brought Nikolai deep within the stark walls of the magistrate's stronghold, to a sealed chamber block where few ever returned from. Leo stood rigidly as the guards flung Nikolai inside, where Elena and her research team waited. Leo met Nikolai's eyes just before the massive doors slammed shut. A last look of recrimination that would haunt Leo forever. The monitors outside the chamber displayed it all. Elena calmly tracing out lethal spell ruins, while Nikolai strained against bonds. Mighty roars now tinny through the speakers. Leo watched the spell flare, then white out the feeds. Then, nothing. Silence behind the sealed doors. Nikolai was dead. The first victim of Elena's perfected work. Leo closed his eyes. Savaging grief and guilt momentarily overtaking his composure. Inside he howled desperately, as Nikolai had. But outwardly Leo remained steady as stone. Only his white-knuckled grip on a vial of arcanum behind his back betrayed his true state. His desperate need for escape from shame. The addiction called to him like never before, promising refuge from the blood now straining his hands. Then Elena was at his side, flushed with triumph, slipping her hand into his own. "It works, Leo," she said softly. "All our sacrifices, all those years of work, your father's work, we've finally done it." Behind her proud eyes, Leo could see she was utterly convinced of her righteous cause. His tongue was ash in his mouth. He knew he should profess his pride in her success, vow to her necessity of her work. Instead, all he could force out in a shattered whisper was, "I know. I saw." Their hands remained tightly knit, the red glow of her spell still staining the monitors behind them. An intimate moment of arrival, sealing them both onto their dangerous and diverging paths ahead. When Leo arrived at the safe house in the outer city later, Maya was waiting alone, rage coiled tight as a drone strike. "You killed him," she accused flatly. Leo flinched. "I tried to protect him. The squad moved too quickly. Yet here you stand, unharmed." Her glare bored into him. "Did your wife's spell work properly, Enforcer? Was our comrade's agony instructive for her research?" Shame flushed through Leo at her words. "You know, this isn't what I wanted." "Then prove it." Maya shoved a projection map across the table to him. The Magistrate Laboratory Complex. "Show me where they developed those lethal spells. Help me destroy that research. Wipe those cursed runes off the face of this world." Her voice shook with fury and grief. Leo nodded grimly. "I'll do more than show you its location," Leo said grimly. "I'll get you inside and buy you more time." He highlighted a nondescript wing deep in the labyrinth of the Citadel buildings. Maya studied his face, and Leo steadied himself before meeting her piercing gaze. "If you do this," he hesitated, hating his own weakness, "swear to me Elena won't be harmed. She's misguided, but vital to me. Losing her would..." He trailed off, despising himself for the admission but unable to hold back the truth. Maya's fury seemed to abate, if only slightly. She weighed him with her eyes before answering. "I cannot avow my people won't defend themselves, whatever they face inside those walls. But I can give you my word. Your wife's safety will be guarded as best I can afford." It was likely the closest thing to reassurance she could offer. Leo released a shaky breath and nodded. He could not expect more mercy than that. Not when they both knew the horrors now waited within those walls. Horrors he himself had enabled. "Thank you," Leo managed hoarsely. "Now let's discuss your plan." They bent over the projected map. Two would-be enemies bound by circumstance and maybe something deeper. An understanding that walked the line between vengeance and hope. But despite all their planning, the lab infiltration went awry. Magistrate forces ambushed Maya's team once inside, swarming through every possible escape route. After desperate combat spells flashed through twisting corridors, Leo could only watch helplessly as the facility guards slammed power-dampening bonds onto Maya and her top agents, capturing them alive. The lab itself remained intact. Elena's research had survived unscathed, and now so had Maya, though very narrowly. Leo knew with sinking dread such a valuable prisoner would be kept under highest security. His fears were confirmed hours later, as all screens throughout the Citadel flared to life with an ominous broadcast. The magistrate's chief commander appeared, framed by armored guards restraining prisoners. Defiant Maya knelt battered in their clutches. "Brazen terrorists thought to strike at the heart of our great citadel," boomed the commander. "Instead, they will witness firsthand how we deal with those who threaten law and order." He aimed a cold smile at Maya. "This criminal and her followers are sentenced to immediate death by our newest protective enchantment. A spell to detect illicit power and terminate its source. The sentence will be carried live across the nation as a reminder of how we extinguish those who resist unity and peace. Justice will be swift, public, and absolute." The broadcast cut, but the image lingered behind Leo's eyes. Maya, restrained yet unbroken, her lips curled scornfully despite facing her demise. He had never admired and feared for someone more. Screams echoed from the outer city below as word spread. The rebels' force had gambled everything on their raid and lost. Now Maya would pay the ultimate price. Her movement crushed, stillborn before the rapt eyes of the nation she dreamed of liberating. The broadcast kept replaying in Leo's mind, intercut with memories of Maya fighting fiercely, only to wind up shackled for a show execution. Each image was a knife twist to his conscience. He paced his locked chambers, hands shaking. His private store of arcanum called to him alluringly, but he didn't dare cloud his thoughts now. Maya's slim chance relied on him thinking clearly. Yet guilt corroded his mind as surely as any drug. He had failed to protect her when it mattered most. He should have found a way. Been smarter, quicker. Now Maya faced death at the hands of his own wife. The day of judgment arrived in a state of frenzy. Crowds amassing outside the Citadel Hall. Replay monitors stationed everywhere to capture the imminent death. Leo moved through the tumult like a phantom, finalizing the desperate details. He had decided. The die was cast. He would rescue Maya no matter the cost, even if it destroyed his life inside the Citadel walls, even if it doomed Elena's ambitions along with the vile farce of this spectacle. Leo made his way into the Citadel building with ease. He watched through stolen security feeds as Maya was led forcibly on stage. Unbowed before the cameras and condemned to die for the rapt nation, Elena stood over an altar etched with deadly glowing ruins. The lethal spell patterns awaiting activation. Behold, the face of sedition, Elena proclaimed to her breathless worldwide audience. No longer will we tolerate such chaos in our streets. She raised orchestrating hands over Maya, spell ruins flaring in response. Now watch closely as our new protective enchantment fulfills its purpose. Leo typed rapidly, breaching inner safeguards until clearance codes allowed him into the heart of the Citadel's power. The arcanum racing through his system granted terrible clarity and speed. He sliced digital barriers aside like fraying rope. Behind him, his wife's voice echoed through the broadcast theater where Maya waited. Trapped between death and desperate salvation. Leo was already ghosting through inner gateways as Elena began the fatal incantations. He could hear Elena's voice continuing the death rite beyond, rising in fervid power and cadence over Maya's prone form. Eventually, Leo stood outside the broadcast theater, threw the doors wide open with a resounding blast. Stage lights blinded his eyes for a split second before the scene resolved. Elena conducting lethal magics before a bound Maya and multiple cameras, guards reacting in alarm at Leo's sudden appearance. In the frozen split second across infinite screens, Leo met Maya's stare with shared intention. Her eyes said she was ready. Arcane violent torrents raged in Elena's hands as she turned to Leo in shock. Her lethal spell interrupted mid-cast. "Leo, what are you doing?" she cried, horror and fury twisting her voice. "I'm doing what I should have done long ago," Leo answered. His veins blistered with the effort of so much condensed magic raging inside him. "I'm ending this madness before it takes more innocent lives." He flung a negation spell as Elena regained her focus, trying to reform the deadly spell. Her efforts fizzled as Leo's magic clashed. As this happened, Maya broke free from her strains, dodging the attacks from Leo. "Please, don't make me hurt you, Elena." Leo's heart cleaved apart, uttering those words at the woman he had sworn devotion. But his soul knew his true duty now. The realm was at stake. In answer, Elena's face hardened with conviction. If Leo wouldn't stand with her willingly, she would force his hand, remove this betrayal permanently. Let their dissolved love fuel the national purge in front of all. She sliced a spell through the air, unleashing a bolt of energy meant to cut Leo's life short. In the frozen moment it flew, aimed straight at his heart. Memories cascaded through Leo's mind. Their first kiss under autumn leaves. Elena in her wedding dress, walking towards their joined future. Her sleeping face on his chest as they shared whispered dreams in the dark. The blast struck home and glanced aside. Redirectly, barely in time, by Maya's own warding gesture. He stared down at his still standing body in dismay, then up at Elena, now preparing a second death blow. Maya cast spells at the coming guards, defending their position. All past joy and pain streamed across Elena's beautiful face, transmuted into cold wrath by tyrannical belief. She was lost to him now. There was only one way this could end. Tears scalding his face, Leo unleashed his gathering power. "Goodbye, my love," he whispered through the chaos. their eyes locked across the abyss for one final shattering moment. Then Leo attacked with lethal intent. The cameras broadcasting it all. Leo's blast of energy struck Elena squarely, slamming her backwards as her half-formed spell dissipated. She crumbled motionless on the stage floor, eyes open and staring blankly past Leo to some unseen horizon. Around them both, freed rebels clashed fiercely with magistrate troops for control of the broadcast theatre. Leo knelt frozen beside his wife under the bright lights, barely registering Maya deflecting spells aimed for his exposed back. All sensation narrowed to the cooling body before him. The unbeating heart he had willingly stilled. Leo clasped Elena's limp hands, weeping openly. He was a hunted fugitive now, cut off from the citadel, from sworn duty, from all he had known. Yet the realm itself stood poised for change at last by his deeds here today. A hand on his shoulder, Leo looked up into Maya's battered, understanding face. "It's time," she said gently. Behind her, their rebel forces had cleared the way. Freedom awaited if they moved swiftly enough to grasp it. Leo took a ragged breath and nodded. He bent to kiss Elena's forehead one final time. He straightened and turned away slowly. Leo cast no glance back as he strode from the stage, the realm-wide live feed showing the rebellion in real time. At his side moved Maya, guide, ally, redemption. Before them stretched the dim threshold into an unknown future as they made their way out of the citadel amidst floods of flying spells. In the aftermath, the footage spread like wildfire, igniting dissent across the land. In hidden rebel camps, Leo grappled with consequences, his wife dead, his old allegiances destroyed. He would become a prominent leader with Maya in the resistance, strategizing strikes against the scrambling magistrates' infrastructure. But in quiet moments, Leo confronted deeper trials. Guilt over necessary violence. His profound arcanum addiction worsened while fueling their cause. Only Maya's steadfast companionship alleviated his pain during recovery. One evening around the fire, Leo squeezed Maya's hand gently as they made cautious plans. The fight ahead was long, their world still deeply imperfect. But tomorrow's dawn seemed brighter with this formidable woman beside him. Come what may in this unstable realm, Leo would face it with Maya, always leading towards redemption. The wisps of fog swirled across the forest floor, tendrils grasping at tree trunks like ghostly fingers as darkness slowly enveloped the wood. The last fading rays of a burnt orange sunset could just be glimpsed through the tightly knit canopy overhead before the gloom became complete. A damp, earthy scent permeated the cooling night air, and an orchestra of insects and nightbirds began their cacophonous performance. Nestled in the spreading roots of a towering oak, there lay a small figure, still and silent. As the shadows gathered, the form began to stir. A pair of bright eyes blinked open, and the figure sat up with a start, gazing around in confusion. He was a dwarf, powerfully built with strong, compact limbs and a barrel chest. An unruly knot of hair and beard covered his face, glinting like copper in the fading light. He patted himself down, trying to make sense of his surroundings and situation. Finding nothing but simple garb, a rough-spun tunic, woolen breeches, and well-worn boots. His hands closed around a small object in his pocket. He drew it out and peered at it curiously, angling it to catch the last droplets of light that trickled down through the trees. It was a stone, perfectly smooth, as if shaped by a master craftsman rather than nature. Its surface swirled with veins of shimmering silver and gleaming obsidian. As the dwarf studied the mesmerizing patterns, hazy images seemed to form amidst the metallic ripples. Half-remembered dreams slipping back into recesses of his mind. He shook his head in frustration as the visions evaporated like morning mist. Who was he? How had he come to be in this place? He racked his brain, but could conjure no memory of his past, no clue as to his identity. And this stone offered no answers either. The dwarf's brow furrowed as he grappled with the mystery that confronted him. A muted glow suddenly manifested beside him, and he turned with a start. There, perched on an exposed tree root, sat a tiny figure. Delicate dragonfly wings shimmered softly behind its shoulders in the gathering dark. Eyes like liquid silver regarded the dwarf intently from an ageless elfin face. The stone is a gift, given to guide your journey, this fairy creature remarked, its voice low and musical. Guard it well. It holds the key to unlocking your forgotten past. The dwarf's eyes widened in surprise. Then, you know who I am? He asked eagerly, leaning closer to the ethereal being. The fairy creature tilted its head thoughtfully, then gave a slow shake. Your true name lies beyond my sight, concealed by forces murkier and more ancient than this forest. Gnarled root-like fingers curled around the skull-topped staff it bore, etched symbols glinting in the emerging starlight. But it continued after a weighty pause. I know the path you must take to reclaim what has been lost to you. Keep the stone as your compass through the shadows ahead. The dwarf's shoulders slumped, more mystified than before. But as he gazed down at the shimmering gift in his palm, a kernel of resolve hardened within him. Whatever enchantment had transported him to this unfamiliar wood and robbed him of his past, he would unravel its secrets. The dwarf clambered to his feet, patting his garb once more out of long habit to ensure his tools and pouches were in place. His hands, though, met only cloth and empty space where the comfortable heft of equipment should have been. Crestfallen, he looked pleadingly at the sentry-still fairy, only to find it had vanished. No trace remaining but the lingering glow of its wings in the air. The dwarf straightened his back and squared his shoulders, lifting his bearded chin bravely. He had no name, no memories, no supplies, nor inkling of where this forest track might lead. But lead somewhere it must. And so, choosing a direction at random, the dwarf struck out under the twittering evening canopy in search of his forgotten self. Hundreds of miles away, an unsettling sense of unease hung over a misty moor. The air here was still, not a breath of wind disturbing the brooding quiet. Tendrils of vapour curled around scattered hills and ancient standing stones. Nature reclaiming the crumbling monuments built by a people lost to time's decay. Prone in a hollow between two grass-fuzzed rises lay another time-worn relic. A female giant, her lengthy form folded awkwardly into a cramped space. Eyes of pale green blinked open, confusion swirling in their depths. She levered herself upright with a low groan, joints creaking in protest after long disuse. Where was she? Who was she? How did she get into this place? Fingers like small saplings reached to soothe the crick in her thickly muscled neck as she gazed about in bewilderment. Nothing but endless, empty moorland met her stare, the clinging mists obscuring any defying features in a monotonous grey murk. She pondered how she came to wake in this barren place. The last echoes of a vivid dream clung to the edges of her mind, but the details bled away like water through a sieve, leaving only faint impressions of a firelight and frantic shadows. Her scattering thoughts were interrupted by an insistent weight in her pocket. She dug deep inside and extracted a stone, flawlessly smooth and banded with veins of emerald and azure radiance. The giant turned the object over slowly in her hand, utterly dwarfed by her enormous palm. As shafts of overcast light struck the surface, visions swam up from the crystalline depths. Joy and warmth suffused her for a moment, as hazy scenes of comradeship and belonging played across her mind's eye. But they faded as swiftly as they had appeared, leaving her with a bittersweet ache of something precious now lost. She closed her fingers gently around the stone, as if cradling a living thing, her eyes downcast and brows knitted. Then she started violently as a gleam manifested at the edge of her sight. Perched atop a nearby tree was a slight, liquid-limbed creature, features obscured by the wreathing mists. Small dragonfly wings behind it. As she watched this fairy-like creature, it spoke. I know your mind is clouded, shrouded by memories guarding themselves from your seeking thoughts. But the stone is the key. Follow where it guides, and you will discover what has been forgotten. The giant's breath escaped in a rush, heart seized by an emotion she could not name. Then you can return what I have lost? The pleading note in the giant's thunderous voice surprised her. When had she become so frail, so desperate? Surely she once had stood firm and steadfast against all storms. The fairy-like creature gave no reply, only inclining its head slowly before fading back into the gloom. The giant remained still for long moments, rolling the stone between gentle fingers. Then she heaved herself upright, joints protesting the sudden movement. An instinct told her south held the path she must walk, though no conscious motivation compelled her. Something bone deep impelled her strides across the barren moor. She crested a low rise, still firmly in the clutches of the enshrouding mist. Some trick of the muted light revealed her colossal shadow stretching before her, long legs moving forward tirelessly. Though the destination remained obscured, she would follow wherever the stone's glimmering promise of revelation led. Head held high, she marched onwards through the featureless gloom. Hundreds of miles away, the dwarf continued through the deepening forest, despair growing in his heart with every unsteady step. Who was he before waking alone in this place? Why could he not remember? Was there no one searching for him? No warm hearth awaiting his return? He plumbed the depths of his mind, groping blindly through the icy blackness where his past should lie, but finding nothing. A faint glow up ahead caught his eye. Approaching cautiously, he came upon a dreadful sight. A knight lay pinned beneath an enormous boulder, his steed crushed and cart in splinters. You, dwarf, please, aid me, the knight croaked, visor obscuring his face. Rushing to the man's aid, the dwarf grasped the unyielding stone in both his little hands and heaved upwards with all his might. Sweat poured from his brow, but the rock would not budge even a whisper. The trapped knight groaned through cracked lips, life slowly ebbing from his broken body. Then, the fairy-like creature's voice echoed through the dwarf's head. The stone. Use the stone. The dwarf then withdrew the stone from his pocket. It was now glowing a brilliant light, and as soon as the dwarf touched the stone, the forest around him vanished, and the dwarf felt the power of a giant surge through his veins. He found himself housed in the giant's towering frame, all mightier than a score of men. He was the giant now, in this memory, striding to a cave entrance trapped by boulders, and grasping these huge boulders easily and flinging them away effortlessly, freeing people trapped inside. The dwarf sensed the giant's serene confidence as the giant hoisted several tons of stone as though it weighed no more than a pebble. Pride swelled within him at the giant's enormous yet gentle strength. And suddenly, in a blink, the memory faded. Lying crippled before him again was the trapped knight, begging for aid. The dwarf, once again, tried lifting the stone. His face grew redder. The knight was screaming. But once again, the dwarf could not lift the stone. Bile rose in the dwarf's throat as shame flooded his heart. For all his good intentions, he remained hideously useless, a weakling dwarf in place of that of goodness, of might and grace. "Forgive me," he whispered to the knight. "I am not strong enough." Shame constricted his throat. He dared not meet the man's anguished stare. Slowly, he clambered to his feet and stumbled a few paces away, the weight of his failure bowing his shoulders. Blinking back tears of frustration, he turned and plunged desperate into the darkened wood. The echo of that wounded knight's cries would haunt his nights forevermore. If only he possessed even a fraction of the giant's power. If only. Hundreds of miles away, the giant lumbered across the lonely moor as the night deepened around her. A bone-deep ache of isolation gnawed at her spirit. Did she belong anywhere in these endless empty lands? Or was she doomed to wander alone till the end of her days? As a chill wind stirred the fog, faint cries reached her ears. She turned and spotted a dark opening at the base of a stony tor, the entrance to an ancient dwarfen mine, long abandoned. The cries grew more urgent as she approached the tunnel mouth. Peering into the cramped, ink-black space, she spotted a fair-haired elf, face gaunt and pale with fear, stuck inside. "Please," he croaked, "I've been trapped in here for days." He explained, surviving the mine collapse alone in the dark for 3 days with no food or water. Only the thought of his wife and children kept him clinging to life. The giant knelt and reached one massive arm into the hole, straining her eyes to see through the gloom. But try as she might, her hand could not squeeze through the narrow gap to grab the trapped elf. She might as well have been grasping at stars. Frustration boiled in her gut as she bellowed and flung rocks aside, only causing more rubble to collapse and block the passage even further. She slumped with a haggard sob, cursing her useless, lumbering body. If only she were shrunken and delicate enough to crawl inside on hands and knees. If only. The fairy-like creature's voice then echoed through the giant's head. The stone. Try the stone. Just then, the stone's radiance flared brightly from her cloak. She touched it, and visions bloomed inward as she was suddenly housed inside the dwarf's stocky form. She had become the small dwarf in these memories, and with an eager smile, the dwarf delved light-heartedly into the constricted tunnels of a gem mine, navigating the most treacherous spots with nimble confidence. Though the shafts tightened crushingly, the dwarf pressed on, undaunted to unveil glittering troves untouched for eons. The dwarf's small, sturdy frame proved a perfect fit to access riches inaccessible to other folk. As the vision faded, despair crushed the giant's heart. "Forgive me," she whispered to the elf. "I am too big for this task." Before her, the elf's cries still rang out weak and terrified, while she remained powerless to offer aid. She rose slowly, shame and frustration bringing bitter tears. In her mind's eye, the dwarf's glowing smile haunted her. So tiny, yet gifted with such grace and poise. She could only blunder through life, leaving destruction in her wake. Oh, but to yield a fraction of his talent. If only. Hundreds of miles away, trudging on through the midnight forest, the dwarf puzzled over the strange stone's visions. Why had he seen through the giant's eyes? And why did the memory's warmth contrast so painfully with the bleak loneliness hounding his wanderings? He shuddered, banishing fruitless speculation as faint cries echoed ahead. The dwarf pushed through the forest, and an opening appeared, revealing a high tower made from pale granite. Cramming his head back, he glimpsed far above a maiden crammed against an arch window, face etched with despair. "Please help me," she cried, every word echoing as if from the bottom of a well. "An evil sorcerer has locked me away until I consent to be his bride," she sobbed, clinging to the tower, vertigo swelling at the lethal drop before her. The dwarf rushed to aid the imprisoned lady, but the smooth tower walls rebuffed even his stubborn attempts at scaling them. Finding a heavy coil of rope amidst supplies discarded below, he began lashing together poles into a makeshift scaffold. Yet, Even atop his rickety contraption, the parapet remained tantalizingly out of reach. After hours of futile effort, exhaustion clouded his vision as failure weighed crushing on his shoulders. As the scaffold groaned under his weight, the dwarf gazed upwards, his mind racing for a solution. Why not let down your braided hair so I can ascend to safety and help from the inside? He suggested, hope flickering in his eyes. And to his astonishment, the maiden tugged at her scalp, revealing not the expected locks, but a bald head beneath a blonde wig. A mix of surprise and embarrassment washed over him as she chuckled at her own ruse, the moment turning from one of potential rescue to shared jest. The dwarf turned from that timeless monument of his limitations, manhood wounded no less than the trapped princess's hopes. Then, that fairy-like creature's voice echoed through the dwarf's head. The stone. Try the stone. Then the stone awoke with light. The dwarf touched it, and once again channels of light guided his eyes to past scenes once more into the giant's memories. This time again he became the towering giant. It was breathtaking to be so tall. He witnessed the giant easily removing nobles from a castle engulfed in flames. Effortless strength, effortless height that could surely rescue the princess with a single grasp. As the visions receded, the dwarf stood still beneath the unconquerable tower. Within him swelled an ache no balm could soothe. He shuffled off under shadowed boughs, head hung low as the princess's mocking laughter rang in his ears. How he yearned to be towering as an oak, be able to pluck fair ladies from the most impassable keeps with but a crook of his finger. If only fate had gifted him that. If only. Hundreds of miles away, the giantess wandered as clouds swallowed the moon, leaving her path a maze of shadows. An icy wind kneed through the crags towering to either side. This lone mountain pass, a nightmarish landscape. She shuffled onward, hunger and exhaustion wearing down her joints until a whimpering cry snatched her attention. There, on a dilapidated rope bridge, spanning a black abyss, stood a shepherd boy, hand outstretched in vain towards his lamb caught helplessly midway across the bridge. Timbers groaned under the small animal's hoofs, any movement threatening to snap strands perilously frayed. The giant approached, anxious to help, but pulled up short, finding the bridge too unstable for even modest weight. Ignoring the boy's warnings, she stretched out an open palm. Yet even her mighty arm fell short of seizing the frightened lamb. Desperate, she gingerly eased out one massive foot onto the bridge. Instantly, ropes popped and snapped, sending the little lamb bleating into darkness. With a final quaking shriek, half the bridge followed, the rest going slack in her grip. Aghast, she met the shepherd's tearful eyes for a heartbeat before the boy fled wailing into the gloomy crags. She slumped, defeated, to her knees. As his cries faded, shame flooding her breast. If only she possessed an inkling of grace or care, instead of this hulking brute form, bringing her disaster to every innocent she tried to aid. Then, that fairy-like creature's voice echoed through her head. The stone. You should have used the stone. Just then, a stone awoke once more. Skyfire luminance beckoning her eye inward. She touched it. And once again, she glimpsed a memory. She was once more the dwarf, loving her small height. The dwarf gently coaxed lost animals down from narrow ledges, harvested honey from buzzing beehives, and lifted swallow chicks from high trees back to worried parents. The dwarf navigated such fraught environments with patient confidence, never disturbing the scenes of delicate beauty he moved through. As the visions receded, bitter longing stayed clutched around the giant's heart. She gazed back to the ruined bridge, into unseen depths that echoed back her own hollowness. The shepherd's fading wails sing-songed through her memory, underscoring all that she was not. She turned from the pitiless mountains, shame and frustration bringing angry tears. If only she could wield such useful poise as the little dwarf. Oh, to harness but a fraction of his talent before her spirit shattered beyond all repair. If only. The dwarf slumped beneath an elder oak tree, while somewhere leagues distant, the giant collapsed against a standing stone. Twin embodiments of grief. The strange visions granted by the mysterious stones still burned in their minds, even as shame and inadequacy smothered their hearts. Both had tried their best again and again to save innocence that had crossed their paths, only to fail painfully, limited by size and strength beyond their control. The trapped knight, the imprisoned elf, the desperate princess, the little lamb, all cried out for aid neither dwarf nor giant could provide in the end. Burying his face In his hands, the dwarf gave voice to his anguish in a wordless howl. The cry echoed across the darkened vale, fading to silence amidst the old foothills. There he dwelled useless, never able to be the hero legends spoke of. The giant turned her face skyward, letting tears course down her craggy cheeks. Somewhere overhead, the shepherd boy yet fled her fumbling attempts to help. She too unleashed a bellow of misery, the sound battering itself to nothing against ageless mountain stone. There she sat gigantic and lumbering, cursed never to perform tasks requiring a delicate hand. And in unison, both the dwarf and the giant retrieved the mystical stones from their pockets with quivering hands. Twin conduits of magic, tied to twisted pasts still shrouded in shadow. Together, in unison, hundreds of miles from each other, they drew back their arms and tossed the stones away. Separately, as the dwarf and giant each walked alone through distant lands, twin glows suddenly danced before their eyes. The glimmering lights weaved drunken loops into the form of the ethereal fairy creature who had first guided them upon this painful quest. There, at the edge of the shadowy forest, stood the fairy creature facing the dwarf. Yet, at the same very moment, somehow on the lonely moorlands, an identical figure hovered before the giant. Somehow, this enigmatic being spoke to both travellers simultaneously across vast divides. "I tire of these games," its voice rasped. "I would have thought you would have learned by now." The fairy-like creature threw the stone back at the giant and the dwarf, who both caught their stone that instantly transported them back into a new memory. A young dwarf and giant battled with desperate courage together against a monstrous emerald dragon. Though they fought fiercely, the titanic beast outmatched them both through savage fury alone. As fire doused the landscape and smoking ruins piled up, a terrible, decisive moment arrived. The giant, bleeding heavily from one arm, stumbled and fell. As the dragon reared back to deliver the killing strike, the dwarf gave a great cry. He planted himself before the stricken comrade, axe and shield raised in vain to protect her. The dragon's maw yawned like a cavern of daggers before them as the end drew nigh. But then the dwarf roared the giant's name, calling her to fight beside him one last time. As the dragon struck, the giant lurched upwards with final defiance and seized its outstretched neck in both hands. Though the beast thrashed like a hurricane, the dwarf clung to its shoulders, his axe striking again and again. Through combined strength, They wrestled the dragon down scale by scale until its death throes stilled and the ravaged lands were saved. As the vision cleared with twin gasps, the dwarf and the giant's eyes refocused to reveal that they now inexplicably stood facing one another in the same misty glade. They blinked in bewilderment, unsure if they had entered a shared dream yet again. Yet the mud clinging to their boots and richness of all the details surrounding them proved otherwise. Somehow, the vision had drawn them both together through magical unseen ways to end up in this place. As the giant and dwarf stood face to face, the air between them shimmered with an unseen energy. Suddenly, from this charged silence, the fairy-like creature emerged, not as a spectre of light as before, but holding in its hands the glowing stones that had guided them both. Before their astonished eyes, the being then transformed, its ethereal form changing into that of an old, aged wizard. Where once little dragon wings fluttered, now stood a figure cloaked in the wisdom of years, leaning heavily upon a staff of ancient oak. His eyes, alight with a mischievous spark, met theirs, bridging the gap of their mutual astonishment with a smile. "Well, my friends," he began, his voice rich with the timbre of many hidden truths, "have you unraveled the mystery of your journey?" Their silence, punctuated by confused glances, drew from him a gentle chuckle. "I see confusion still clouds your path. Allow me to illuminate the darkness." With a gesture towards the giant, the wizard's voice took on a solemn note. "You, who now stride with the might of the mountains, were once this very dwarf in front of you, strong, talented, and full of courage. Yet within your heart dwelt a seed of envy, a longing to reach the heights that your companion so effortlessly commanded." Turning his attention to the dwarf, he continued, "And you were once this very behemoth that walked among the clouds. You envied the grace and dexterity inert in your friend's smaller form. The memories you've seen within your stones are not foreign tales, but memories of your own lives before. Let me explain." A sigh escaped him, heavy with regret. "In a moment of folly, you both sought my aid, wishing to exchange your bodies and experience life from the perspective of the other. I, in a lapse of judgment, agreed, and thus we find ourselves entangled in this predicament." The wizard paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle over them. The stones in his hands pulsed softly, the light a testament to the truth he spoke. The question now stands before you. Will you remain as you are, having walked a mile in the other's shoes? Or shall we revert the change? Have the lessons of this journey taught you to cherish the strength within yourselves? In his question lay the heart of their adventure, a lesson in understanding and acceptance, a chance to see beyond the confines of envy and desire. The wizard, his gaze softening, awaited their decision, the fate of their identities resting gently in the balance of their newfound wisdom. In the quiet glade where destinies had entwined, the giant and the dwarf, standing before the wise wizard, made their choice. With hearts brimming with lessons of their shared journey, they chose to return to the forms nature had bestowed upon them, and to embrace once more the essence of their true selves. The wizard, understanding the depth of their decision, raised his staff. Words of ancient magic, older than the forests that surrounded them, and more potent than the deepest secrets of the earth, spilled forth in a gentle cascade. The air shimmered with the power of transformation, wrapping the giant and the dwarf in a cocoon of light. As the incantation reached its crescendo, the magic wove around them, undoing the spell that had exchanged their beings. When the light faded, there they stood, the giant with her towering grace, and the dwarf with his sturdy resilience, each returned to their original form. Yet they were not as they once were. Their eyes held the wisdom of experience, and their spirits carried the imprints of the lives they had briefly lived. In this moment of newfound appreciation for themselves, they looked upon each other and their surroundings with eyes wide open to the beauty of their differences. The journey had taught them that the grass was not, in fact, greener on the other side, but that every path bore its own trials and triumphs. They understood now that their unique strengths and challenges were not burdens but gifts, facets of their characters to be embraced and celebrated. Reflecting on their adventure, the giant and the dwarf realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding themselves, but in the depth of their friendship. They had traversed the landscape of each other's lives, facing obstacles that tested their courage and resolve, and emerged stronger for it. With their outlooks forever changed, they stood at the threshold of a new beginning. Together, they stepped forward, embarking on a new adventure, not as individuals defined by their size or strength, but as companions enriched by their diversity and united by a friendship that transcended the physical form. Their laughter echoed through the glade, a melody of joy and anticipation as they ventured into the unknown, their spirits alight with the promise of the stories yet to be written. The world lay open before them, a canvas awaiting the brushstrokes of their next grand adventure. King Alden sat gloomily upon his gilded throne, his crown feeling heavier than ever atop his head. Around him stood his faithful military advisors, resplendent in armor that glinted in the flickering torchlight. "Congratulations, Your Majesty," proclaimed Alden's chief advisor, Lord Talon. "With the conquering of the Southern Isles, you have successfully united all kingdoms of the world under your wise and mighty rule." The other advisors murmured in reverent agreement, but Alden stared straight ahead in brooding silence. Lord Talon continued enthusiastically. "The bards shall sing songs of your triumphs for generations to come. You have brought order and prosperity throughout the land. From the shifting sands of the east to the frozen peaks of the north, all peoples have been joined together under your great banner." Still, Alden said nothing, the shadows accentuating his strong features. "My king?" questioned Talon uncertainly. The other advisors shifted uneasily, trading uneasy glances. At last, Alden spoke, his voice low and ominous. "There are no more lands left to conquer." Talon hesitated briefly. "No, Your Majesty. You have conquered them all." Alden's eyes smoldered. "Then I am useless now, am I not? A sword placed back in its sheath, no longer needed." The military advisors protested vigorously, but Alden rose abruptly, his rich purple cloak billowing behind him as he turned and strode from the hall, the great doors booming shut behind him. Troubled, the military advisors exchanged glances in the ensuing silence. Their king's will to dominate had never faltered before. They had won the ultimate prize, uniting the entire world under King Alden's banner. Why then did Alden seem so despondent? King Alden wandered the moonlit halls of his castle, lost in brooding thoughts. For as long as he could remember, his life had revolved around waging wars and expanding his empire, grasping at the ultimate mortal power achievable on Earth. And now, he had succeeded beyond even his wildest ambitions. Why did he feel so empty? His entire purpose until this moment had been battle, conquest, the struggle for supremacy. But now, no enemies remained to crush, no lands left to conquer. His lifelong goal had been attained. Yet a gnawing void still gripped his soul. Alden's footsteps took him spiraling up the winding stone steps of the castle's highest tower. Emerging onto the open-air parapets, he walked to the edge and gazed broodingly out over his capital city. A sea of twinkling lights spread below him. Streets once filled with poverty and violence, now orderly and prosperous under his iron rule. This was everything he had fought and sacrificed to achieve. So why did victory now taste so bitter? What more was there left to live for? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Alden turned in a dramatic swirl of his cape as the court astronomer came rushing up the tower steps, clutching an enormous brass telescope. Your Majesty, I've made an incredible discovery. The man panted excitedly. Despite his dark mood, Alden felt a flicker of curiosity pierce the gloom that shrouded his soul. What is it? The astronomer quickly set up his telescope, aiming its lens skyward. He peered briefly through the eyepiece before letting out an ecstatic squeal and beckoning eagerly for Alden to look. Skeptically, Alden bent down and put his eyes to the lens. The blur of stars came into focus. resolving into an image of the luminous white orb of the moon. And there, walking slowly across its cratered surface, was a lone figure. Alden's breath caught in his throat. He looked again, afraid his eyes were playing tricks. But there could be no doubt. The unmistakable silhouette of a man was clearly visible, standing upon the moon's gleaming expanse. How can this be? Alden exclaimed in wonder. The astronomer quivered with excitement. I don't know, Your Majesty, but think of the possibilities. We always assumed the moon a barren rock. But if someone walks there... Alden's mind began churning with sudden purpose. If life existed on the moon, if there were lands there to explore and conquer, he felt his old ambition reignite, burning the gloom which had shrouded his spirit. Here was a whole new frontier to investigate, not just for his kingdom, but perhaps for all humankind. The mysteries and challenges presented by this revelation intoxicated him. He turned to the astronomer, eyes blazing with fiery intensity. Alert my engineers at once. Tell them we leave for the moon as soon as a vessel can be prepared. Preparations for the unprecedented lunar voyage quickly swung into motion. Alden summoned the chief advisors and generals, explaining the astonishing developments. At first, they were skeptical, but soon Alden's enthusiasm became infectious. The royal engineers drafted plans for specialized equipment and lunar transports. The castle was soon abuzz with excitement and industry. Alden threw himself feverishly into preparations, impatience and anticipation burning inside him like a furnace. Each night, he would climb to the top of the tower to peer anxiously through the telescope. This voyage would provide the sense of purpose he had been lacking since completing his conquest of Earth. A new fire glowed on the horizon, beckoning him to a new era of exploration and glory. At last, the chief engineer burst into the throne room, his apprentices staggering under the weight of an enormous rolled parchment, which they unfurled dramatically onto the floor. The assembled court gasped audibly at the diagram it contained. A colossal ladder, reaching all the way from the earth up to the luminescent orb of the moon. Alden stepped down to examine the plans. eyes widening as he took in the incredible details. The ladder's dimensions were staggering. It called for enchanted lumber harvested from the ancient forest and mythical sky iron mined from fallen stars to provide stability. This is beyond anything I could have conceived, Alden pronounced at last. You have outdone yourself. The chief engineer swelled proudly as excited whispers broke out around the throne room. With this cosmic ladder, they would finally breach the lunar frontier. But after months of backbreaking construction, using the rarest metals and enchanted woods, the giant ladder began swaying dangerously when only halfway completed. Alden watched helplessly from his tower as the massive structure collapsed under its own weight, crashing back down to earth with a peal of thunder. Though disappointed, Alden refused to accept defeat. He pressed his engineers for new ideas. After much debate, they proposed their next concept. Alden's engineers drew up plans for an enormous slingshot mounted on the castle ramparts, designed to launch a projectile with enough speed to escape gravity and escape the lunar sphere. After much calculation, they decided a cow would provide the ideal test payload. The unhappy bovine astronaut was loaded into the sling's pouch, bellowing loudly in protest. Alden watched anxiously as the massive sling was laboriously cranked back, straining against its ropes. Finally, the trigger was released. The sling whipped forward with a mighty twang, but instead of soaring gracefully skyward, the cow flew a short distance before plummeting back down into an awkward arc, landing heavily atop a group of shrieking nobles who frantically scattered from the ramparts. Alden buried his head in his hands in despair. After 2 disastrous failures, Alden's engineers were despondent, convinced there was no technologically viable means to breach the vast cosmic gulfs. But Alden stubbornly refused to surrender his dream. He realized only the power of primordial magic could transcend the limitations of modern science and engineering and conjure a vessel capable of traversing the void. He summoned the kingdom's eldest dragon keeper, an ancient sage with leathered skin and a faraway look of wisdom in his eyes. After much counsel, they conceived a bold plan to harness the power of dragons, the wisest and most magically attuned creatures known to man. Under the Dragon Keeper's supervision, the royal beastmasters selected one of the kingdom's mightiest dragons, Vrexus, an enormous beast with scales the deep crimson of wine. The dragon submitted reluctantly as the beastmasters fitted it out with an elaborate harness connecting it to a gilded carriage, just large enough to transport Alden and his military advisors. The dragon submitted reluctantly as the beastmasters outfitted it with an elaborate harness connecting it to a gilded carriage, just large enough to transport Alden and a handful of his military leaders. The time finally arrived for their historic voyage. At midnight, under the radiance of a full moon, Vrexus spread his massive wings and took flight, towing the precious golden carriage up into the heavens behind him. A rapturous cheer went up from the crowds gathered below. By royal decree, people from all over the kingdom had come to witness Alden's momentous lunar mission launch. As the dragon carried them higher, Earth receding below until people looked like ants, Alden raised a jeweled scepter in farewell salute. Then, with a roar, Vrexus bore them swiftly aloft, chasing the receding moon. Standing at the prow, Alden was joined by his military advisors, the royal astronomer, and the generals of his different armies. Though stoic, all their eyes shone with wonder and excitement for the journey ahead. We make history this day, my friends, proclaimed Alden boldly. Remember this night, which shall usher in a new epoch for humankind. They cheered heartily, their voices ripped away from the howling winds as the dragon drove on, wings beating in sure strokes through the dark and infinite void. Confronted by the stark immensity of space, the men grew silent and solemn, overawed. The moon swelled ahead of them, no longer some remote point of light, but an entire alien world waiting to be explored and conquered. After an arduous journey that stretched their technology and magic to their very limits, Vrexus heaved his exhausted bulk onto the moon's surface with a roar of victory. They had arrived. But as the explorers disembarked, clumsy in the unfamiliar gentle gravity, they were confronted by a worrying sight. Mighty Vrexus lay on his side, flanks heaving, eyes glazed, completely incapacitated by the ordeal, pushed beyond even his mythical limits. Alden rushed anxiously to the dragon's side. Vrexus feebly whimpered, too weak to even lift his great horned head. will he recover? Alden asked urgently. The master dragon keeper carefully examined the prostrate beast. His wrinkled face was grim as he rose again. I fear the voyage might have been a one-way trip. The noble dragon is dying. Stricken, Alden stepped back. For their triumph arrival to be marred so suddenly with a stark reminder of how tenuous their presence was in this alien space. They were not masters here, but intruders. Having sacrificed one of their kingdom's most treasured beasts to reach this barren orb, I will find a way to heal you, brave one, Alden said quietly. But for now, we must make the most of the opportunity you have granted us. Tearing their gazes from the plight of the dying dragon, they began the momentous first steps of humans upon the moon's surface. Alden theatrically planted his royal banner into the soft lunar soil. Its streaming pennants seemed to flutter proudly, despite the absence of any wind. The men marveled at the stark but magnificent vista. Jagged mountains, craters both massive and small, and an eerie stillness undisturbed by any breath of air or call of life. A whole new world, exclaimed the royal astronomer, practically dancing in his excitement. Who knows what we may find here? Unique elements, undiscovered minerals, and perhaps hostile alien beasts lurking amidst those rocks, rumbled the general, hefting his heavy battle axe. Anything could be hiding unknown in this unforbidding place. As the others debated where to explore first, Alden found his gaze drawn to the bizarre figure he had first glimpsed through the telescope. The lone, mysterious inhabitant who had drawn him here across the void. Man or beast, why was it here alone? How had it survived on this bleak and sterile orb? He turned to his companions. We must unravel the mysteries of this moon, and discover how that lone being survives here. Are you ready, my friends? The small band journeyed for hours across the soundless waste. Aside from their own footprints, the dust lay undisturbed. It was a dead world, but one that may yet hide secrets. Their spirits lifted briefly when Talon, the military advisor, noticed a trail of footprints not their own, leading toward the mountains. Proof they were not utterly alone here. With renewed eagerness, they tracked the elongated prints stretched by the low gravity for several miles, until finally the trail ended at the sheer face of a cliff. There, carved improbably into the living rock, a winding staircase zigzagged up the mountainside. Exchanging nervous but excited glances, the explorers began ascending the steps. The thin lunar atmosphere already taxed their lungs, but they pushed on determinedly, Alden in the lead, until the stairs ended abruptly at a stone-arched doorway. Alden did not hesitate. Ducking inside, with sword drawn, the others followed, bristling with weapons, anxious to confront whatever lay within. They froze as their eyes adjusted to the dim interior, falling upon the chamber's sole occupant. It was the lone lunar wanderer Alden had glimpsed from Earth. A powerfully built man with shaggy ash-blonde hair and piercing silver eyes peering out beneath a craggy brow. He rose slowly, returning their stares with equal surprise. "Who are you?" Alden demanded, leveling his ornate blade at the wild-looking stranger. "Speak at once." The man gazed at Alden's sword with an expression more of curiosity than fear. When he spoke, his voice was low and rough with disguise. "I could ask the same of you, intruders." Alden's herald stepped forward importantly. "You stand in the presence of His Royal Majesty Alden the Conqueror, ruler of Earth. Kneel before his might and glory." But the shaggy inhabitant only smiled sadly. "Glory? Look around you. This is a place of exile and solitude." Alden studied the man closely. "Be that as it may, it is now part of my kingdom." He lowered his sword. "Who are you? Why dwell here alone?" The wild man ran a hand over his unkempt beard. "I am only the Watcher. I was sent here long ago to bear witness." "Witness to what?" demanded a general. "To the folly of humankind." The Watcher's gaze turned distant. "To watch each petty squabble, each kingdom rising and falling through all the cycles of violence." Alden drew himself up. "Petty? My achievements are unprecedented. I have united the entire world under one banner. Through fear and blood," replied the Watcher softly. "But from my lonely vantage point here, causes and meanings fall away. Only the pattern remains." Anger flared within Alden. "You judge too easily. The burdens of leadership do not weigh on you as they do on me. The two men faced each other in tense silence. King and hermit, ruler and mystic. Looking closely, Alden realized that behind the Watcher's stark exterior lay a profound sadness in his eyes. Solitude breeds wisdom, but also despair, Alden said, more gently. You have been removed from the world for too long. The Watcher turned away with a bitter laugh. I cannot deny that sometimes this exile weighs heavily. I was not meant to dwell here alone for eternity. His gaze drifted skyward. Alden followed his gaze. From this vantage point, the earth shone like a brilliant sapphire against the black void of space. It's so beautiful, Alden murmured. I've never seen it so serene. The Watcher regarded him solemnly. Would you like to see more closely? He led Alden and some of his companions up a winding staircase carved into the mountainside. At the top sat a solitary tower, capped with a large crystal telescope pointing toward the glowing earth. My observatory, said the Watcher. From here, I can see all that transpires below, both good and evil. He bade Alden look through the telescope's lens. As Alden peered through, his breath caught in his chest. He saw the earth in more dazzling detail than ever before from his castle parapets. Emerald forests, sapphire seas, sparkled like jewels amidst the swirling white clouds. How gorgeous she is, Alden whispered, awestruck. I never imagined. War and suffering mar even the earth's beauty, said the Watcher sadly, but from afar her splendor shines undimmed. The Watcher adjusted the telescope's dials, and the magnified area shifted to reveal the Southern Isles, Alden's latest conquest. Where once there had been rich forests and fertile farmland, now stood only burnt and blackened ruins. Refugees wandering homeless. Alden turned away from the telescope, grappling with his entire sense of purpose unraveling. I have been a fool, blinded by arrogance and ambition. He faced the Watcher beseechingly. But I swear to you, when I return to Earth, I shall strive to undo the harm I have caused. No longer shall I seek to dominate, only to make amends. The Watcher gazed at him solemnly.
Making such a declaration here is one thing. Keeping to it amidst the temptations of power is quite another.
Alden fell silent, contemplating the view of the world from this perspective. So tranquil from afar, yet he knew too well the strife and suffering that polluted it still. At last, he drew his sword, the rubies in its hilt glinting in the sunlight. Kneeling, he placed the tip of the blade into the lunar dust before him. Then here, upon this lifeless world under the sight of gods and men, I renounce forever the way of bloodshed. I pledge to cleanse the earth of violence and return with compassion as my shield and wisdom as my sword. Alden rose from kneeling and extended a hand to the watcher. Return with me to earth, not as my subject, but as my conscience and guide. Help me rebuild what I have destroyed. The watcher hesitated. Conflicting emotions played across his weathered face. Return. After so long here, I would surely feel the fury of the gods for abandoning my post. I am their messenger to report to the gods the deeds of humanity. Alden stepped forward eagerly. I am your rightful king, and I insist you come back with us. The watcher shook his head. You do not understand. It is not for myself that I fear punishment, but for the discord it could bring to the world. The legends say this moon is meant only for the lowest of the gods, those who grew too questioning, too sympathetic. I was sent here to bear witness from afar, removed from the plight of men. Comprehension dawned in Alden's eyes. You believe the gods may see your return as a challenge to their will? It is possible, said the watcher. I cannot predict what consequences may follow if you take me back to Earth. Alden considered this. Your perspective would be invaluable in the reforms I hope to make. But I will not force this duty upon you against your will. Bowing his head respectfully, he turned to go. But the watcher suddenly grasped his arm, stopping him. Wait. Your words have awoken compassion and hope in me I thought long dead. I will return to Earth with you. Come what may, with the gods. His eyes glinted with a newfound resolve. Deeply moved, Alden clasped arms with him. Then, as brothers, we shall face the future. Alden followed the watcher down the winding stone stairs, his mind still reeling from the visions shown to him in the observation tower. He had conquered the world only to inflict more suffering. The realization threatened to shake his sanity to its core. Emerging into the stark sunlight, they headed toward where Alden's advisors awaited around the dying dragon. But Alden slowed, overcome by doubts. How could he face them now, let alone convince them of the revelations that had shattered his spirit? Sensing his hesitation, the Watcher grasped his shoulder.
The truth is often bitter, but sharing it lightens the burden. Come, let us go to them.
Alden took a deep breath and continued towards his waiting men. A general confronted them with a scowl. "There you are, my king." Alden held up a hand. "I have seen much on this voyage, including the harm born of my warmongering. I now intend to walk the path of peace." At this, the military advisors bristled with outrage. "Peace," spat the general. "You dishonor our service with this weakness." Alden drew himself up sternly. "I do what honor demands. We must return to Earth as healers, not warriors." Howling in rage, the advisors charged with weapons drawn. "To the dragon quickly," Alden urged, vaulting into the saddle and extending a hand to pull the Watcher up behind. The advisors charged after them, crying treason and drawing weapons. The dragon had just enough strength to lurch skyward, escaping their grasp. As it lurched skyward, the Watcher pulled some crimson poppies from his robe. "Here, quickly, let us administer these for the dragon. Their essence may revive him." Together, they fed the dragon the poppy extract. As it struggled to stay airborne, miraculously, the potion seemed to rapidly restore the dragon's strength. With renewed vigor, it stretched its massive wings, and soon they were soaring swiftly from the moon's grasp. Alden watched in awe as the tiny figures of the military advisors grew smaller until they faded from view, marooned on the windswept world of the moon. He turned to the Watcher in wonder. "However can I thank you, my friend? We would have perished without your wisdom." The Watcher clasped his shoulder warmly.
We helped each other find hope again this day. That is thanks enough.
The flight back to Earth was quiet. Alden lost in thought as he struggled to process all that had happened. The watcher too seemed deep in contemplation about the future now before them. At last, the blue marble of home came into view, growing steadily larger. Alden felt his heart pounding. How would his people receive him, returning with such shocking revelations? The dragon circled slowly downward through the clouds, angling toward Alden's kingdom below. Alden could make out people swarming excitedly around his castle, cheering the return of their conquering king. But Alden took no joy from their praise this time. His triumphs now felt hollow. With a great rush of wings, the dragon alighted in the castle courtyard. The assembled crowds gasped and knelt reverently as Alden dismounted. He saw confusion in their eyes as they noted the unfamiliar robed figure climbing awkwardly down behind their king. My people, I appear before you much changed. During my journey, I have seen truths that compel me to take new paths. I can no longer walk the way of violence. But before Alden could explain further, a shimmering light appeared nearby, taking the shape of 3 radiant figures, the gods themselves. The people collectively inhaled in shock and dropped to their knees. Even Alden and the Watcher instinctively knelt before the divine presence. The lead god's voice rang out powerfully. King Alden, your conquests have caused much pain. Will you now make amends, relinquishing all lands seized by force and vowing peace? Heart pounding, Alden raised his head. I solemnly swear it. All wrongfully taken lands shall be returned. Never again will I seek bloody victory, only justice and harmony. Nodding solemnly, the deity turned his piercing eyes upward to address all those assembled. Long ago, in a distant galaxy, we granted you a beautiful world, which you ravaged through carelessness and greed. As punishment, we exiled you here on Earth to see if you could change your ways. He gestured toward the kneeling Watcher. This being was our eye upon you, to bear witness from afar if mankind could break its cycles of violence and learn greater wisdom. Perhaps now, at last, hopeful signs emerge. The god gazed upon Alden and the Watcher. Aid this king in mending past wounds and forging a new spirit of compassion within these lands. The dawn of lasting peace may truly be within reach. As the gods began to shimmer and fade, Alden met the watcher's tearful, joyful gaze with newfound resolve. Together, they would face the challenges ahead, guiding humanity toward the light. Rising slowly, Alden extended a hand to help the watcher to his feet. Then together they turned toward the sunrise and the future, waiting patiently to be reborn. You toss and turn in your bed, willing yourself to fall asleep. But it's no use. Sleep evades you once again, slipping through your grasping fingers like a bar of soap in a bath. This blasted insomnia, it's been plaguing you for weeks now. Dark circles sag under your eyes, and your bones feel heavy with fatigue. But still, when you lay your head down at night, your mind buzzes like a hive of restless bees. With a sigh, you throw off the covers and sit up, rubbing your bleary eyes. Moonlight streams through the window of your bedchamber, illuminating the modest furnishings. You are Sir Galantine, a knight in service to King Harwick these past 5 years. By day, you train with sword and shield, patrol the castle grounds, stand guard at boring ceremonies. But lately, your effectiveness has suffered under the burden of chronically broken sleep. The king's physician has given you every remedy imaginable. You've swallowed vile concoctions of warm milk and herbs, soaked your feet in steaming buckets of water, engaged in vigorous exercise before bed. Hell, you've even had him try bloodletting to balance your humours. Nothing works. But lately, whispers have reached your ears of an old wizard who lives deep in the misty woods. They say he possesses the secrets of the deepest sleep, that he alone knows a story so soporific, so tediously long-winded, that merely listening to it brings on an instant, powerfully restful slumber. Could this be the cure you seek? Climbing out of bed, you dig through your trunk, searching for the map you acquired from a travelling merchant some months ago. It's said to lead directly to the wizard's secluded cottage. After tossing clothes and books aside, you finally find it, rolled up in a battered leather case. You take it over to the window, unroll it, and study it carefully by moonlight. The map shows the wizard's cottage lies many leagues away, in a remote corner of the misty woods marked, "Here be dragons." Between here and there, you trace a route winding through 3 distinctive areas: the plain of perpetual peril, the hills of deathly doom, and the valley of eternal despair. Pleasant names, you think, with a smirk. Clearly, reaching the wizard will be no easy feat. But you're desperate for a cure, so you have no choice but to undertake this quest. After donning your armor, you creep quietly out of the castle, not wanting to explain yourself to the guards. In the royal stables, your faithful steed lifts his head at your approach and whines softly in greeting. You saddle up and ride out across the moonlit fields surrounding the castle. The cool night air feels bracing, helping to keep your heart alert. You'll need your wits about you, since peril lurks behind every rock or tree once you reach these mysterious lands ahead. As the battlements and towers of the castle recede behind you, foreboding starts to set in. You've heard rumours of all sorts of monsters lurking in the plain of perpetual peril. Grim tales of bogs that can swallow a man whole, and roads that disappear under a traveller's feet. Pulling your cloak tighter against the chill, you resolve to proceed carefully and keep your sword hand ready. After several hours of riding, the moon sinks below the horizon and the world darkens. Right on schedule, the sun peaks up, washing the plains ahead in a bloody reddish light. This is the plain of perpetual peril. Taking a deep breath to steady your nerves, you give your steed an encouraging pat on the neck. Well, old friend, into the valley of death we ride. With that less than comforting thought, you nudge him onward, crossing the known world into hazardous unknown territory. You've heard it said that the perimeter of the plain is protected by invisible guardians who permit safe passage. only to the pure of heart. And considering the lack of sleep has made you crusty as mouldy bread, you'll be lucky enough to escape with your skin. As your horse carries you deeper into the plain, you strain your eyes for glimpses of the gruesome guardians or other dangers. But strangely, everything seems calm, eerily so. The landscape around you remains obstinately normal. Just fields, trees, boulders, harmless. After 2 hours without the slightest peep from a bloodthirsty ghoul, you start to wonder if the rumours of peril were exaggerated. But just then, a hark! What sight ahead doth bode ill fortune? A clearing opens up, and there before you lies an enormous dragon, ruby scales glinting, rippling as it snores, lost in slumber. Vast mounds of glittering coins, jewels, and artifacts make up its treasure hoard. Your eyes widen with greed. Here is the solution to your money woes. While the beast is sleeping, you quietly dismount and sneak towards the treasure, heart pounding. You fill your pockets with fistful of precious jewels and coins. Just as you're cramming the last few trinkets in your bag, your elbow knocks over a golden goblet, which clangs loudly on the stony ground. The dragon's eyes snap open, and a plume of smoke rises from its nostrils. You dare steal from I, the mighty dragon Slathborg. Now you shall burn. A jet of flame shoots from the dragon's mouth. You hurl yourself behind a boulder just in time. The blistering heat singes your eyebrows and the back of your neck. Drawing your sword, you leap out to face the monstrous beast. Though you fight bravely, stabbing and slashing wherever you get close enough, your blade cannot pierce its armoured hide. Meanwhile, Slathborg's claws and flaming breath ravage the clearing, lighting trees aflame and reducing boulders to rubble. You cannot hope to defeat this devil. When it pauses to roar in fury, an idea strikes you. Stay your wrath, great dragon, you cry. I meant no harm. Let us strike a deal. Release me unscathed, and upon my return, I shall repay you twofold for all I have taken. The dragon considers this with a grumble, and then says, You speak fairly, knight. I shall agree to your pact, but heed me well. If you do not fulfill your oath, I shall hunt you to the ends of the earth. You bow, then quickly gather up the remaining spilled coins from the ground and flee while the dragon is placated. Of course, you have no more intention of returning than a fox has of guarding a hen house. Onward to find the wizard. The foul swamp threatens to swallow your brave steed as you press onward through. In the distance, a ramshackle cottage on stilts emerges from the scraggly trees. Out hobbles the most hideous crone imaginable, warty nose dripping.
"Welcome, Sir Knight," she croaks. "I am Agnes the Swamp Witch. Have you come seeking my magical remedies?"
Wary but curious, you ask, "What remedies have you, old mother?"
"Elixirs, potions to cure any mortal malady,"
she proclaims with a gap-toothed grin.
"But for insomnia, my greatest treasure brings the deepest slumber imaginable. One sip gifts 8 hours of blissful oblivion."
Hopeful, you inquire, "Your words intrigue me, woman. What price would you ask for this draught?" Agnes draws uncomfortably close, claw-like hand upon your chest. Suppressing a shudder, you stand fast.
"Your heart beats boldly, brave Galantine," she muses. "I'll make you a different offer. Give me your hand in marriage, and the potion shall be yours."
You recoil from this alarming proposition. You wish to be my wife for a potion? Surely you jest. The crone shakes her head.
"I never jest concerning affairs of the heart. Pledge to wed me upon your return, and sleep shall be yours."
Repulsed but desperate, you bow your head. "So it be, hag. Give me the potion, and you have my hand." Giggling with glee, Agnes ushers you inside her cluttered cottage. She presents an ancient scroll, a marriage contract. Eyes shut, you scroll your name. Cackling, Agnes produces a small vial and passes it to you.
"Drink up, darling, and enjoy sweet slumber."
The liquid smells of sulphur and soapwort, but you swallow it fully. Wooziness instantly overtakes you. The crone's face blurs and dims away. A gleeful cackle echoes as you feel your senses leave you completely. Though alarm bells clang in your fading mind, 'tis too late. The potion drags you down into some fathomless darkness. Deeper you fall, enveloped by the black embrace of unending sleep. Or is this death? You cannot move, breathe, or see. Then you are moving upward, speeding through a tunnel towards a soft light. Wonderment fills you. Are you now bound for heaven? The glow surrounds completely, warming your being with hope. But as your eyes adjust, your heart sinks. The barren landscape all around is purgatory. The wretched mists of purgatory close around you, obscuring whatever landscape might exist in this dreary plain. Fellow damned souls drift past, locked in their own misery. The anguished cries of the dead echo faintly, mirroring the lamentations of your own heart. You wander alone. No destination, but more empty eternity ahead. Sleep remains impossible in this bleak in-between realm. And so you shuffle onward, one foot in front of the other, longing for the oblivion of true rest. The featureless fog parts for a moment, revealing a stone archway leading into darkness. Lured by curiosity, you pass beneath the arch into a massive chamber with towering ceilings lost in shadow. Your footsteps echo strangely against the cold floor. Squinting through the gloom, you discern a large mirror mounted in an ornate frame in the chamber's center. This sole object catches your eye, standing out starkly, drawn by some instinct. You approach the mirror to look upon its surface. At first, only darkness looks back. But then your features slowly materialize out of the void. The face staring back appears haggard, with sunken eyes and hair grayed prematurely. Your skin looks sallow and wrinkled beyond your years. In the eyes of this reflection you see bottomless sadness and regret. The spark that once animated your spirit in life has gone, leaving behind this hollow stranger. You reel back in dismay. This wretched creature cannot be you. But the mirror does not lie. This is the face of one condemned to purgatory for trafficking with dark powers and folly. You fortified your vitality, and now you must pay the price. Overwhelmed by the pitiful sight, you turn away and sink to your knees. Hot tears spill down your cheeks. You weep not just for the lost youth and splendor, but also for the deeper decay of your soul. What twisted greed and thirst for magic aided the witch in her deception? You call yourself a knight, but you have strayed far from any path of honor. The poor wretch in the mirror deserves his miserable fate. He is no knight, only a fool. On hands and knees, racked by sobs, you pound your fist against the icy floor. But no pain comes, for you no longer have flesh to feel. Your spirit alone endures this torment now. For untold time you remain there, letting wave after wave of shame and self-loathing crash over you. You dare not to look again at the mirror's judgment. At last you rise unsteadily and stumble back through the archway, leaving the dreaded mirror behind. Once more adrift in the mist, despair threatens to pull you under. How can you forgive such a reckless stupidity as led to this fate worse than death? Your longing for sleep brought ruin upon you. There can be no atonement for one so weak and vain. The lost souls you pass pay you no heed, each locked in their own personal anguish. If only salvation could be found here. But purgatory offers only uncounted errors of melancholy penance. After further empty times of wandering, a hunched figure emerges from the gloom ahead. An ancient man with a long white beard, leaning heavily upon a crooked staff. His eyes shine with wisdom and kindness beneath snowy brows. As you approach the ancient being, he lifts a liver-spotted hand in greeting. "Well met, good knight," he says, his voice strong despite his aged frame. "Few souls I encounter here retain such honor, but remorse weighs heavy on your spirit. You bow your head humbled by his presence. I have strayed far from any knightly path, and now pay the price, old father." You hesitate, and then ask, how might one find redemption in this colorless abyss? The elder considers you thoughtfully. "I can pose 3 riddles, whose answers may illuminate the path forward, if you have ears to hear them." At your nod, he begins. "My first riddle is, what must be granted when it cannot be earned?" You ponder the strange question. Purgatory offers no gifts freely given. What could be granted undeservedly, if not forgiveness? You reply. Your first answer is forgiveness. The elder smiles. Well done. My second riddle is, what grows, the more it is shared. Again you think carefully. In purgatory, misery and solitude reign. What alone might flourish being given to others? The answer must be love, you say slowly. You are correct, says the elder. Now the final riddle. What sees not its own worth? You close your eyes, seeking the heart of this riddle. What overlooks its own value, yet is precious? At last you open your eyes. The answer is gratitude, you state. For gratitude recognizes not itself. The elder beams. You have divined all three right. Dwell upon those answers, and your way forward shall become clear. He lays a hand upon your shoulder. May hope guide your journey, Sir Knight. Then he turns and hobbles away into the mist. You stare after the departing elder. Could the answers to his riddles be the key to your redemption? You resolve to contemplate their meaning. Forgiveness, love, gratitude. As you turn the riddles over in your mind, the first glimmers of understanding dawn. You have judged yourself too harshly. Yet forgiveness cannot be earned, only granted. You must forgive yourself for your mistakes. And you must open your heart to self-love. Though loneliness surrounds you, only by sharing love freely can it multiply and drive out despair. Finally, gratitude. You lost sight of life's graces and bounty, yet they remain. You must remember to be grateful, though you stand in darkness. The old man's wisdom kindles a fragile hope in you. You begin the long journey of forgiving yourself and seeing through gentler eyes. Though the task seems monumental, for the first time you glimpse the possibility of redemption. As you walk, tears once more fill your eyes, but not self-pity. I am sorry, you whisper to your heart, to the universe. Forgive me, please. The words lift a tiny portion of sorrow's weight. You focus on welling up gratitude for your years of life. You picture your face not as the mirror showed it, but bright with love and joy. The face of a man you wish to become. Little by little, your spirits grow lighter. When other souls pass by, you nod to them with compassion, wishing you could share the small comforts you've found. The fog around you seems to thin. Has purgatory's terrain changed? Or is that your perception? Up ahead, the mist begins swirling rapidly, filled with blinding white light. Apprehension and exhilaration war within you. The light overwhelms your vision completely. You feel your essence dissolving away. Then all goes black. Gradually, sensation returns. You feel the chill of a stone floor beneath you and hear a crackling fire. With effort, you open your eyes. Your vision swims into focus on a decrepit chamber lit by torches. Before you stands the hideous, grinning face of Agnes, the Swamp Witch. She cackles with glee. "Welcome back, my betrothed. I told you my potion would bring deep slumber." Horrified, you try to scramble away, only to find your limbs still immobilized. The potion's effects linger. Your voice erupts in a strangled yell. Outrage fuels you. With a Herculean effort, you surge upward. "You cursed hag," you rasp. "I should slay you for your trickery." Agnes only cackles. "All will be revealed if you seek the wizard." You hesitate, then shove her away. "What new devilry are you on about, witch?" you demand hoarsely. "What wizard?" Agnes points towards a wooden door set into the cave wall. "The one you seek. He waits just beyond. Knock thrice, and your journey's end shall begin." You eye the door warily, but having come so far, you yearn to confront whatever trap awaits you. Steeling yourself, you stride forward and rap your knuckles hard upon the wood. The door creaks open, and a stooped man leans upon a staff in the entrance. His long white beard and robes mark him unmistakably as the wizard you have sought. Piercing blue eyes meet your gaze. Drawing yourself up straight, you ask in as steady voice as you can muster, "I have braved many perils to find you. Will you now share with me the tale you alone know?"
the sleepiest story ever told. The wizard's eyes twinkle, and his lips curve in a sly smile. My tale is not given freely, dear knight. First, you must indulge an old man. Tell me the story of your quest to arrive here, and leave no detail unspoken. You bristle at this game, but since you have no choice but to play along, taking a deep breath, you begin recounting your epic journey. The witch's false bargain, stealing from a dragon, your death cursed by a potion, the endless misery of purgatory, and all you endured seeking redemption.
Under the wizard's keen gaze, the entire tale comes pouring out. Your voice grows hoarse from the telling, and weariness seeps into your bones. But you push on, compelled to finish. As you describe the final liberation from purgatory's mist, your eyes' involuntary droop closed. Your words begin to slur as exhaustion weighs down your tongue. Still, you struggle to continue the story. But darkness creeps into your mind, silencing your voice. And against your will, blessed sleep overtakes you at long last. You hear the wizard laugh softly. Well done, Sir Knight. Pleasant dreams. His voice echoes as you feel your legs buckle. Strong arms catch you and lower you gently to the floor. Defeated by enchanted weariness, you surrender and descend into slumber. The ancient stones of Hogwarts seemed to whisper their secrets as Mopsy made his way through the labyrinth corridors. The air thrummed with an undercurrent of magic, palpable and yet just beyond reach. Mopsy's bare feet padded softly against the worn flagstones, his oversized ears twitching at every unfamiliar sound. He navigated the castle's winding paths by instinct, following the scent of baking bread and roasting meats that wafted through the halls. The aromas grew stronger with each turn, guiding him deeper into the heart of the castle. At last, he found himself standing before a large painting depicting a bowl of fruit, just as he had been told. With a hesitant hand, he reached out and brushed his fingers against the canvas, feeling a slight tingle of magic beneath his touch. The pair in the painting squirmed and giggled, and the frames swung open, revealing the bustling world of the Hogwarts kitchens. Mopsy stepped inside, his senses immediately overwhelmed. The carnivorous room stretched out before him, a hive of activity and organized chaos. House elves scurried to and fro, their nimble hands wielding knives, ladles, and rolling pins with practiced precision. The clatter of pots and pans, the hiss of steam, and the crackle of fires created a cacophony that was at once overwhelming and yet strangely comforting. The aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the rich, savory scent of roasting meats, making Mopsy's mouth water. He watched in awe as a group of elves worked together to pull a tray of golden brown loaves from a massive stone oven. Their little faces flushed from the heat. At another station, a team of elves was chopping vegetables with blinding speed, their knives a blur of silver against the colourful mounds of carrots, potatoes, and onions. Mopsy marvelled at their skill and coordination, each elf seeming to know exactly what to do and when to do it. "Ah, you must be the new elf. Mopsy, I believe," a voice said, cutting through the din. Mopsy turned to see an older elf approaching, his face lined with wrinkles and his eyes twinkling with warmth. "I'm Grimble, the head elf here at Hogwarts. Welcome to our little corner of the castle." Mopsy felt a rush of nerves as he looked up at Grimble, suddenly feeling very small and very young. "Thank you, sir," he managed, his voice barely above a whisper. Grimble chuckled, his laughter a deep, rich sound that seemed to come from his belly. "No need for sir, young one. We're all equals here, all part of the same team." He placed a gnarled hand on Mopsy's shoulder, guiding him deeper into the kitchen. As they walked, Grimble pointed out the various stations and explained their functions. "Over here is where we prepare the soups and stews," he said, indicating a row of large bubbling cauldrons. "We've got everything here from hearty beef and vegetable to lighter broths." Mopsy watched as an elf stirred one of the cauldrons with a long wooden spoon, the steam rising in fragrant curls. Grimble led him to another area where a group of elves was rolling out pastry dough and filling it with various meats and vegetables. "These are our famous pastries," Grimble explained. "Flaky, buttery crust filled with savoury goodness. The students can't get enough of them. As they continued their tour, Mopsy noticed 4 long tables at the end of the kitchen, each laden with dishes and platters piled high with food. "What are those for?" he asked, curiosity overcoming his shyness. Grimble smiled. "Those are the house tables," he said. "One for each of the 4 Hogwarts houses. When the food is ready, we send it up to the Great Hall through those." He pointed out to 4 large openings in the ceiling, each emblazoned with a house crest. Mopsy watched in wonder as the dishes began to float upwards. As if carried by invisible hands, they sailed through the openings and vanished from sight. "But how do they get there?" he asked, his eyes wide with amazement. "Magic, of course," Grimble said with a wink. "The same magic that sends the dirty dishes back down to us after the meals." As if on cue, a clatter of plates and cutlery came raining down from the ceiling, landing in large tubs of soapy water. House elves scurried to collect them, scrubbing and scouring until they gleamed like new. "That's where you'll start," Grimble said, handing Mopsy a scrub brush. "Wash the dishes until they shine. Then we'll move you to vegetable prep, then to baking, and so on. In time you'll learn every job in this kitchen." Mopsy took the brush, a sense of pride and purpose filling him. He may not wield a wand, but he could ensure that the students and staff of Hogwarts were well fed and cared for. It was a noble calling, one that he would give his all to fulfill. As the day wore on, Mopsy worked tirelessly, his hands aching from scrubbing dishes, and his eyes watering from the sting of onion juices. But he didn't mind. He was part of something bigger now, a cog in the great machine that was Hogwarts. When at last his final dish was washed, and the final pot scrubbed clean, Grimble led Mopsy to a small door off the main kitchen. "This is where we sleep," he said, opening it to reveal a cozy, dimly lit dormitory. Rows of small little beds lined the walls, each with a neatly folded tea towel at its foot. Mopsy felt a lump form in his throat as he looked around at what would be his home for the foreseeable future. It wasn't much, but it was his, and he was grateful for it. As he climbed into his bed that night, his body exhausted but his heart full, Mopsy felt a sense of belonging wash over him. He had found his place in the world, and he would give it his all, no matter what challenges lay ahead. For he was a house elf of Hogwarts, and that was a noble calling indeed. Mopsy lay awake in the darkness of the dormitory, listening to the gentle snores and mummers of the other house elves. Sleep eluded him, his mind awhirl with the events of the day and the strange restless energy that seemed to thrum through his veins. Unable to bear the restless energy any longer, Mopsy slipped from his bed and padded silently out of the dormitory. The castle corridors were dark and deserted. The only sound the distant creak of settling stone and the soft rustle of slumbering portraits. Mopsy moved through the shadows like a ghost, his bare feet making no sound on the cool flagstones. He let his instincts guide him, following the subtle currents of magic that seemed to permeate the very walls of the castle. Almost before he realized it, he found himself standing in the doorway of a classroom, the charms room, if he wasn't mistaken. Though, in the darkness, it was hard to be sure. Mopsy hesitated for a moment, his heart pounding in his ears. Then, with a deep breath, he stepped inside. The room was still and silent, the desks and chairs casting eerie shadows in the faint moonlight. Mopsy moved slowly, reverently, his eyes wide as he took in the trappings of magical study. The blackboard still bore the fading remnants of the day's lesson. Complex diagrams and incantations that made his head spin. The bookshelves groaned under the weight of countless books, their spines whispering of secrets and mysteries waiting to be unlocked. With trembling fingers, Mopsy reached out and he brushed the smooth, polished wood of a wand that was left lying on a desk. He had seen the wizards use these tools to shape reality to their will, to conjure light and fire, to transform and enchant. What would it be like, he wondered, to wield such power, to feel the magic coursing through him, responding to his every thought and desire. He picked it up, feeling a tingle of power running through his fingers. He waved it experimentally. Sparks flew from the tip, and a feather on a nearby desk rose into the air, hovering for a moment before settling back down. Mopsy's heart raced with joy and fear. He was doing magic, like the wizards. It was everything he had ever dreamed of, and yet he knew it was forbidden. House elves were not meant to wield wands, to learn the spells of wizards. But the lure for him was too strong. Night after night, Mopsy crept from his bed and explored the castle, learning whatever he could from the previous day's lessons. He practiced wand movements in the transfiguration room, whispered incantations in the halls of the astronomy tower, and in the kitchens, while he was working, he began to experiment with his new knowledge. He would slip small charms into the dishes he prepared, enchantments to make the flavors brighter, the textures more appealing. It was subtle magic, barely noticeable, but it filled Mopsy with a sense of pride and purpose. One night, inside the potions room, lost in his forbidden imaginings, Mopsy didn't hear the soft footsteps approaching until a shadow fell across the doorway. He spun around, his heart leaping into his throat, as he found himself face to face with another house elf. It was Gribble, his face a maze of wrinkles, his eyes sharp and penetrating beneath his bristling brows. For a moment, he simply stared at Mopsy, his expression unreadable. "You shouldn't be here," Gribble said at last, his voice low. It was not a threat, but a simple statement of fact. Mopsy swallowed hard, fighting the urge to flee. I wanted to. He trailed off, unable to put his yearning into words. Gribble sighed, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. "I know what you wanted," he said, moving to sit on one of the desks. "I've seen it before. That hunger in your eyes, that itch in your fingers, the need to reach out and touch the magic that surrounds us to make it your own." Mopsy said nothing, but he could feel his cheeks burning in the darkness. "There was another one like you once," Gribble continued, his gaze distant, as if seeing into the depths of memory. He too dreamed of doing magic like a wizard, holding a wand, rising above his station. He used to sneak into the library night by night, poring over ancient books, whispering the words of power in the shadows. Despite himself, Mopsy leaned forward, his curiosity overcoming his fear. "What happened to him?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Gribble's face hardened, his eyes glinting like chips of flint. "The magic consumed him," he said, each word heavy. It twisted his body and warped his mind, until there was nothing left of the elf he had been. Now, they say he is a creature of the shadows, a monster that haunts the forgotten places of the castle. Some call him the Shadow Elf, Some are too scared to even speak his name. A chill ran down Mopsy's spine, a primal dread that seemed to coil in the very marrow of his bones. He had heard whispers of the shadow elf before, dark tales uttered by the older elves when they thought no one was listening, but he had always dismissed them as mere legend. Stories told to frighten the young and keep them in their place. You must put these thoughts from your mind, young Mopsy, Gribble said, his tone softening slightly. The path of magic is not for us. It leads only to ruin and despair. We elves have our own laws and our own magic. Mopsy wanted to argue, to protest that surely there must be another way. But the words died on his lips as he saw the depth of pain and knowledge in Gribble's gaze. And so, with a heavy heart, Mopsy followed Gribble out of the classroom and back to the dormitory. He lay in his bed until dawn, his little mind awhirl with conflicting thoughts and emotions. The warning of the shadow elf chilled him to his very core, but it could not entirely extinguish the spark of yearning that smouldered within him. In the days that followed, Mopsy tried to push the forbidden thoughts from his mind. So he threw himself into his work in the kitchens, finding solace in the familiar rhythms of cooking and cleaning. But even as his hands went about their tasks, his mind would still wander to the wands and spellbooks, to the tantalizing whisper of magic that seemed to linger just beyond his reach. And so, almost without realizing it, Mopsy began to experiment once again. A whispered incantation over a bubbling pot, a subtle enchantment woven into the crust of a pie. They were small magics, hardly worthy of the name, but they filled him with a fierce, secret joy. In these stolen moments, he could imagine himself as a wizard, a wielder of power and knowledge. He told himself that it was harmless, that a little kitchen magic could surely do no great evil. He had tasted magic, and he could not just go back to a life of mundane servitude all the time. And soon Mopsy got more confident. And so, on the fateful night, Mopsy prepared the evening meal. He poured all of his skill and power into a single grand enchantment, a spell that would imbue the food with a magic beyond anything he had attempted before, a magic that would transform who ate it, granting them strength and vitality, wisdom and clarity of mind. As he whispered the final words of the incantation, Mopsy felt a surge of power rush through him. A wild, exhilarating energy that set his body trembling. Food before him glowed with an otherworldly light, pulsing and shimmering with barely contained magic. With a triumphant grin, Mopsy sent the enchanted dishes floating up to the great hall, imagining the looks of wonder and delight that would soon grace the faces of the students and teachers. He could picture them now, marveling at the extraordinary flavors, the sudden rush of power and knowledge that would flood their beings. But Mopsy's dream of glory quickly turned to nightmare as the screams began to echo through the castle. Screams of terror, of agony, of minds and bodies twisted beyond recognition by the wild, uncontrolled magic that coursed through them. In the great hall, chaos reigned as those who had tasted Mopsy's cooking found themselves transformed into monstrous hybrids, their forms melding and warping in grotesque, impossible ways. Students sprouting tentacles, teachers melted into pools of gibbering sentient ooze. The air was filled with the stench of corruption and the cacophony of suffering. Mopsy, huddled in the kitchens, could only listen in horror as the magnitude of his mistake crashed down upon him. He had not brought joy and enlightenment, but madness and despair. In his pride and folly, he had unleashed a plague upon Hogwarts, a twisted mockery of the magic he had so desperately sought to master. As the screams of the afflicted echoed through the halls and the teachers struggled to contain the unfolding horror, Mopsy knew that his transgression would not go unanswered. He had brought the wrath of the wizards down upon himself and upon all of elf kind. The next day, Mopsy found himself in the corridor outside the elf council chamber. It was dark, oppressive. The air hung heavy with a sense of foreboding. Mopsy stood before the ancient wooden door, his heart pounding in his chest and his palms slick with sweat. He had never been summoned before the Council of Elves before, but he knew all too well the gravity of his transgression. With a deep breath, Mopsy pushed the door and stepped inside. The chamber was a vast circular room, its walls lined with tapestries depicting the history of elf kind. In the center were the members of the council, their faces stern and unreadable. At the head of the council sat Eldrin, the oldest and most respected of the elves. His eyes were like chips of flint, his features carved from ancient stone. He fixed Mopsy with a piercing gaze. "Mopsy," he began, his voice grave. "You stand accused of practicing magic beyond your station, of unleashing chaos and suffering upon Hogwarts. What have you to say for yourself?" Mopsy swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. I didn't mean for this to happen. I only wanted to learn, to be more than just a servant." Eldrin's eyes narrowed. "You dare to speak of learning, of rising above your place? Such thoughts are dangerous, Mopsy. They lead only to ruin and despair. Elves have their own ways. We have our own magic." He leaned forward, his voice taking a haunted tone. "Have you not heard the tale of the elf who dared to dream of wizard magic? Who sought power beyond his ken, and became the creature we know as the Shadow Elf?" Mopsy's blood ran cold at the mention of the dreaded name. The Shadow Elf. The cautionary tale whispered to frighten young and keep them in their place. That elf was consumed by magic, Eldrin continued. It twisted him, body and mind, until there was nothing left of the elf he had been. And now, his dark legacy lives on. Mopsy felt a wave of horror and guilt crash over him. The great hall lay in ruins, students and teachers alike transformed into grotesque parodies of themselves. Even Madame Pomfrey, with all her skill, could not undo the damage he had wrought. Some students may never recover, Eldrin said, his voice heavy with sorrow and anger. They lie in the hospital wing, disfigured, their lives forever blighted by your transgression. Tears streamed down Mopsy's face, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. He had no words, no defense against the terrible weights of his actions. There can only be one punishment for such a crime, Eldrin declared. Banishment. A gasp ran through the chamber. Banishment, the harshest sentence the council could impose, a fate reserved for only the most grievous of offenders. Mopsy, from this day forth, you are exiled to the darkest, most dangerous corners of Hogwarts, Eldrin intoned. You will clean and toil in forgotten places, the haunted halls and cursed chambers, and you will be banished in solitude and shame, a testament to the price of your arrogance. With that, the council session ended. The elves filed out of the chamber, their faces grim and their eyes averted from Mopsy's broken form. As Mopsy was led away by the guards, his mind reeled with the enormity of his punishment. A life of exile and darkness in the shadows of Hogwarts, cut off from the kitchens, from the only world he had ever known. But even in the depths of his despair, a tiny flicker of hope kindled his heart. Out there, in the shadows of Hogwarts, perhaps he might find a way to master the magic that still called to him. It was a desperate, foolish dream, but it was all he had left. The only light in the bleak expanse of his future. And so, as he descended into the bowels of the castle, Mopsy clung to that fragile hope, that ember of defiance. He would survive this exile, this darkness. And somehow, someday, he would find a way to prove them all wrong, he thought. Mopsy felt the darkness pressing in on him as he descended deeper into the forgotten bowels of Hogwarts. The air grew colder, damper. The stone walls slick with moisture and choked with cobwebs. The only light came from the flickering torch he carried, its meager glow barely penetrating the gloom. As he trudged through the winding, narrow passages, Mopsy couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Shadows seemed to shift in the corners of his vision, and the echo of his footsteps sounded unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. The passages twisted and turned, leading him into chambers filled with strange, rusted contraptions and piles of ancient, mouldering books. Mopsy's heart raced as he imagined what dark secrets might be contained within their crumbling pages. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the darkness. A low, guttural growl that made Mopsy's blood run cold. He froze, his ears straining to pick out the source of the noise. There, in the shadows of a carnivorous room, something moved. A hulking shape, all matted fur and gleaming teeth, its eyes glinting with a feral, hungry light. Mopsy's breath caught in his throat as the beast stalked forward, its claws scraping against the stone floor. He stumbled backwards, his mind racing as he tried to remember any scrap of defensive magic he had learned. But before he could act, a bolt of sickly green light shot out from the darkness, striking the beast in the side. It let out a hideous shriek, its body convulsing as the spell coursed through it. Mopsy spun around, trying to locate the source of the magic, but a sharp blow to the back of his head sent him crashing to the ground. Stars exploded across his vision, and then everything went black. When he came to, Mopsy found himself chained to a chair in a dimly lit chamber. The air was thick with the stench of decay and dark magic, and the walls seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. Well, well, a voice rasped from the shadows. What have we here? Mopsy's heart nearly stopped as a figure emerged from the darkness. It was an elf, but unlike any he had ever seen. Its skin was ashen and wrinkled, its eyes sunken and glowing with an eerie, otherworldly light. Dark robes hung from its emaciated frame, and its long, claw-like fingers were wrapped around a gnarled staff. A little elfling, lost in the dark, the figure mused, its voice a sinister whisper. How delightful. Mopsy's mouth went dry as he realized who or what he was facing. The Shadow Elf. The dark legend made flesh. What do you want with me? He stammered, his voice shaking with terror. The Shadow Elf grinned, revealing a mouthful of rotting, jagged teeth. Oh, I think you know, little one, it hissed, leaning in close. I've been watching you, Mopsy. I've seen the magic that burns within you. I've seen the hunger for power that consumes your thoughts. Mopsy shook his head desperately, tears streaming down his face. No, he choked out. I've never wanted this. I only wanted to learn, to be more than just a servant. The Shadow Elf's eyes glinted with a cruel, knowing light. But that's always how it starts, isn't it? It purred. A little knowledge, taste of power, and then, before you know it, you're consumed by it, twisted into something else. It reached out, its cold, dead fingers brushing against Mopsy's cheek. I can teach you, Mopsy, it whispered, its voice a seductive poison. I can show you the true depths of magic, the secrets that the wizards and the elves have hidden away. All you have to do is embrace the darkness. Just let it into your heart. Mopsy recoiled, his stomach churning with revulsion. But even as he shrank from the Shadow Elf's touch, a small, traitorous part of his mind couldn't help but be intrigued by its words. The secrets of magic, the power he had always dreamed of. Could it really be within his grasp? Or was this just another trap? Another cruel twist in the nightmare his life had become? As he hung there in the darkness, chained and helpless, Mopsy felt the weight of his exile, his punishment pressing down on him. But perhaps, in the twisted depths of the Shadow Elf's lair, he might find the key to his salvation, or his damnation. The choice, it seemed, was his to make. The Shadow Elf circled Mopsy like a predator, its sunken eyes glinting with a malevolent hunger. Mopsy shivered, the chains biting into his skin as he strained against his bonds. "You have potential, little elf," the Shadow Elf rasped, its voice like the scraping of dead leaves. "I can feel the magic pulsing within you, raw and untamed. With the right training, you could become a force to be reckoned with." Mopsy's heart raced. The Shadow Elf's words were like poisoned honey, tempting and deadly. "We are not so different, you and I," the creature said. "We both yearn for something more than a life of servitude. The shackles of tradition that bind our kind." It leaned in close, its breath cold and foul against Mopsy's face. "You might know me as the Shadow Elf," it whispered. "My real name is Morin. I was once like you, young, curious, filled with dreams of a better life for our people. I served on the Council of Elves, respected and admired by all." He began to pace, his robe swirling around his frame. But I knew that true change could never come from within the rigid confines of elf society. We needed an ally, someone who could bridge the gap between our world and the world of wizards. Mopsy listened, transfixed, as Morin spun his tale. Morin told him how Albus Dumbledore, the great wizard and headmaster, had sensed the power within him and had taken Morin under his wing. Morin told him how together they had planned to go to the Ministry of Magic to advocate for the rights and freedom of elf kind. But the elders, the traditionalists of the elves, they couldn't abide the thought of change. Morin spat, his face contorting with ancient anger. They feared the disruption of the old ways, and so they banished me, condemned me to the shadows, to be a cautionary tale for any elf who dared to dream of something more. But my exile has not been in vain, Morin said, a fierce light burning in his eyes. In the darkness, I have honed my craft, mastered magics beyond the ken of any elf or wizard. And now, with you by my side, we can finish what I started all those years ago. He extended a gnarled hand, the skin like ancient parchment. Let me teach you, Mopsy, he urged. Let me show you the true potential of elves. Together, we can break the chains that bind us and forge a new world from the ashes of the old. Mopsy hesitated, fear and temptation warring within him. To accept Morin's offer was to step into the unknown, to embrace the very darkness he had been taught to fear. But the thought of the students, twisted and suffering from his magical mishap, weighed heavily upon his conscience. If Morin could help him undo the damage, if his power could be used for good. Slowly, trembling, Mopsy reached out and took Morin's hand. The Shadow Elf's grip was cold and strong, and Mopsy felt a surge of dark energy through him at the contact. And so, in the depths of Hogwarts' forgotten places, Mopsy's true education began. Under Morin's tutelage, he delved into magics both wondrous and terrible, learning spells and techniques that no elf had ever dreamed of. Mopsy and Morin crept through the darkened halls of Hogwarts, their footsteps echoing softly on the stone floors. The castle was eerily silent. In the hospital wing, the transformed students lay in their beds, their bodies twisted and warped by the wild magic of Mopsy's mishap. Madame Pomfrey had done her best, but even her considerable skills were not enough to undo the damage. Morin surveyed the scene, his sunken eyes glinting with determination. "We must work quickly," he murmured. "The magic that afflicts them is strong, but not unbreakable." Mopsy nodded, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. Together, they began to weave their magic, their voices rising and falling in an ancient haunting chant. Mopsy could feel the power coursing through him, dark and intoxicating, as he shaped their energies to his will. Slowly, painfully, the students began to change. Twisted limbs straightened, distorted features smoothed back to their original forms, tentacles disappearing. It was a grueling, exhausting process, but Mopsy refused to let his concentration waver. They were so focused on their task that they didn't hear the approaching footsteps until it was too late. A blast of red light shot out from the doorway, striking Morin in the chest and sending him crumpling to the ground. Mopsy spun around, a defensive spell on his lips, but a second stunner caught him before he could cast. When he came to, Mopsy awoke in a familiar place, the council chamber of the elves. He was bound and kneeling on the stone-cold floor, Morin beside him in a similar state. The elders of the council loomed over them, their faces grim and their eyes hard. "Mopsy," Eldrin intoned, his voice dripping with contempt. "You dare to return here after all you have done, and in the company of this creature." He gestured to Morin, his lip curling in disgust. Mopsy's heart raced, but he forced himself to meet Eldrin's gaze. "We came to undo the harm I caused," he said, his voice shaking but determined. "To heal the students and to challenge the way things have always been." A murmur ran through the council, a mix of shock and outrage. "You would dare to question our ways," another elder demanded. "To align yourself with this shadow elf, this bringer of ruin?" Mopsy took a deep breath. This had been the moment he had been dreading, but also the moment he had been preparing for. "His name is Morin," he said, his little voice growing stronger. "And he is not the monster you have made him out to be. He is a visionary, a champion of elf rights and freedom, and he should be allowed to return to his rightful place among us." The chamber erupted in chaos, elves shouting and gesticulating wildly. "Blasphemy!" Eldrin roared, his face purple with rage. "You would bring this corrupted being back into our midst and overturn centuries of tradition? I will see you both exiled for this cast out forever from elf society. But before Eldrin could make good on his threat, a new voice cut through the din. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Eldrin. Every head turned to the entrance of the chamber, and there, standing tall and serene, was Albus Dumbledore himself. His blue eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles, but there was a steely resolve in his gaze. Dumbledore? Eldrin sputtered, his anger giving way to confusion. What is the meaning of this intrusion? Dumbledore smiled, but there was no warmth in it. I am here to invoke the ancient laws of the elves, he said calmly. Laws which state that any elf, no matter the crime, may return to their people after a certain span of years. And by my reckoning, Morin's exile ended long ago. He turned to face the council, his voice growing stern. Moreover, I believe it is high time that this body considered the proposal that Morin and I brought before you all those years ago. The proposal to grant elves their freedom, to allow them to choose their own paths in life. A stunned silence fell over the chamber. Mopsy's heart soared with hope, even as he saw the elders' faces darken with anger and fear. And let us not forget, Dumbledore continued, the great service that Mopsy and Morin have done for Hogwarts this night. They have healed the students and the teachers, and done a great wrong. Surely such actions are worthy of celebration, not condemnation. He smiled again, a twinkle in his eye. Perhaps, in light of this, the elves of Hogwarts might consider expanding their roles, working alongside Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing, using their unique magics to help and to heal. It would be a noble calling, and a step towards the brighter future we all seek. Mopsy held his breath, hardly daring to hope. The council was silent, the elders exchanging glances heavy with meaning. Finally, Eldrin spoke, his voice heavy with reluctance. The wizard speaks wisdom, he admitted. Morin's exile has indeed run its course, and his actions this night, alongside young Mopsy, cannot be ignored. He turned to face Morin, his expression unreadable. You may return to us, he said formally, and your proposal and Dumbledore's will be given the consideration it deserves. Morin bowed his head, a single tear trickling down his weathered cheek. Thank you, Eldrin, he whispered. You will not regret this chance at a new beginning. As the bindings fell away from Mopsy's wrists, he felt a wave of emotion almost overwhelming in its intensity. Joy, relief, vindication, and a sense of purpose unlike any he had ever known. The road ahead would not be easy. Centuries of tradition and prejudice could not be undone in a single night. But for the first time, he allowed himself to hope, to dream of a world where elves and wizards could stand side by side as equals. And as he looked at Morin, at the pride and determination shining in the old elf's eyes, Mopsy knew that he had found more than just a teacher or even a friend. He had found a true leader, a visionary who would guide their people into a bright and shining future. The dawn was coming, and with it a new era of elf kind. And Mopsy would be there to see it. Every step of the way.